Oh, you're not meant to transition when the song ends. That's like the worst time. My dude, you're meant to come in on like the beat drop, not like the interstitial period where we hope that there's more music to come. All right, well, we'll try again next week. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. It is April 2nd, 2024. Just a normal Tuesday stream. We did do a stream. It's a nice mellow skirt, Glassy. Hey Sanjay, how you doing? Thanks for dropping by last night. Mind you, last night was April Fool's, that day where people do things that they don't normally do, not the Perch, the other one. And we played some Marvel Champions on stream. You can check out the video. We teach you how to play Marvel Champions. I feel like I have to champion Marvel Champions because it gets not a lot of attention, because the shut up and sit down people said it was bad, and I agreed with them. And 3 years later, I think it's pretty cool. We've been away for a while, mind you. We weren't here last Thursday. A lot of stuff happened. Are y'all subscribed to Asynchronous? Well, I can just go here. This happened last Tuesday. I was at a GNK. Oh, I guess we have a lot to talk about. It's been a while. But funny enough, where's Jeff? Last Tuesday, a familiar face just showed up on one of Jeff's streams because Patrick was in the area. Let's give that a like. And there's a stream where you can just watch Pat and Jeff hang out, which is so funny. I've seen them in the same space before. Like, it's not like I haven't seen these two characters in the same spot, but it was just very funny. I got the push notification. We were at a GNK, mind you. We can talk about the GNK. It was like a 12-person event last Tuesday night, and then I got this push notification. I logged in. I'm like, what's going on? And then I'm pretty sure Jeff allowed Patrick to build the worst ever deck to show up on a Yasengren stream. It was terrible, but it was really fun to watch them, and the chat was popping off because this is a really funny combination. Good time, watch it out. I'll link it in the description for sure. But there's been a lot of streaming and a lot of stuff going on in general this last couple of weeks. Mind you, there was some big tournaments streamed over the weekend. I'm gonna be able to link that in here too through Jai. I'm pretty sure Métropole Grid is subscribed to Jai. It was the wildest Yasengren stream I've ever seen. It was really funny. Pat is very funny. I'm surprised that's the route they went. Their deck was awful, and they tried their hardest. Oh, not on Jai, on Axu. Excuse me, on Axu's. Sorry, Jai. On Axu's stream. Jai played in it. Axu streamed Fly to EMEA. So this is a series of tournaments that the folks in largely in Italy are running because of not exactly all Italy, but the European Continentals will be held in, I believe, in June in Bergamo, which is northern Italy. There's an airport there if you want to get in, and they're running a series of tournaments to raise some money to help people who traveling is a bit expensive, to help them get into Bergamo. So kind of like the Run Together fundraiser. There's a series of tournaments with organized play. I think there was like 25 people playing, including Jai, who did quite well, came in the top cut, as much as he can't win a runner game at all. I played and went 0-4 in stream. Yeah, all your runner games, huh? All your runner games. I saw your deck list posting. I'm not being specifically abrasive, but Jai made a deck post being like, I can't win a runner game. I don't know what to do. So hopefully you're doing better there. Mirrormorph go bird this. Yo, Z-Beck, how's it going? Let's talk about it. So firstly, Mirrormorph go burr, sort of. There's a Mirrormorph identity or a Mirrormorph archetype that's showing up. And I want to take a second to address this because I think the beginning is happening. I'm a little bit negative. Well, okay, hold on. I'm a bit apprehensive about the recent set. I think we need to go through the set and talk about what's going to happen. But I think it's the sort of set where there's going to be a lot of, potentially, if cards are good, there's going to be a lot of miserable things. I think that's a hard thing to dance around, but like there's a lot of cards here that if they're good and they're archetypally playable, it can be quite miserable. So I'll show you this sort of deck. Like Nottingham published a Blighttown deck list. Alpi did Prison Morph. I'm not sure if these two players were working together on this, but they have very similar ideas of this like Mirror Morph deck, which is a weird home for this, that is playing 25 assets. We're going to go through the set because I think the set actually has a bunch of must-trash assets. Some of these are new cards and they're very important, and they're actually kind of prison-type cards. Like Working Prototype, if you don't deal with this, enjoy your prison. Like it's really, really rough when you can't play resources anymore because this is actually relatively easy to get. However, and we talked about this on stream on Tuesday, Working Prototype seems to be a card that supports, de-res decks because you're resing your assets, resing your ice and de-resing your ice so it gets counters. But that's actually a really ugly way to use it. And the most straightforward way to use it is a deck like this that's running 27 assets and upgrades. So on your own terms, you can res this and charge it up relatively quickly. That's where this is going to show up, not exactly in a de-res deck, and we're seeing that. Mind you, Warm Reception also is a must-trash asset, just because it de-reses things, and it de-reses things like Spin Doctors, and, that's a nightmare. And then, of course, there's Ganked in this list. Alpi's list is a bit different. Mind you, I think this one's not on Bladderword. I don't actually think I like the Bladderwords that much. This deck actually has a fair bit of money. It's hard to duck too much on the money, but it's a similar sort of idea. I think this one's on Ganked instead, which makes sense because some of the ice is actually really mean, as much as some of the ice is a bit positional and a bit ugly sometimes. Yeah, it's another deck that's running 3-pointers with not a real goal to score them out until like they've really locked up prison. And then the big thing here is that with Mirror Morph, you're trying to give them one less click with MC Austerity Policy, and then you're playing, oh, this version isn't playing it. Oh, actually, none of them are playing it. I assume that they'd be playing the new event that says like you have 2 less clicks on your turn, but instead they're playing Front Company, and so you functionally have 2 clicks to like run remote servers to trash things. All right, I'm 95% the Deer's Ice Archetype is a trap. It's really bad. We're gonna be playing it today. Coke, how's it going? Prison type? Yeah, so there's like this sort of nebulous term when it comes to referring to a strategy of decks that are called prison decks. So a lot of corp decks are like tempo decks or decks that want to score out, right? Like the scoring decks, you have fast advance decks, you have asset decks, and then there's an archetype called prison decks. And what prison decks try to do, they try to lock you in. They try to get you to a spot in which playing is inherently very, very difficult, and none of your moves actually really push you forward, and you're kind of stuck in there for a long time. They're not trying to score out, close the game quickly. They're trying to just like, you know, take you for a ride for a bit until they finally grind you down. A grinder is another type that shows up for decks. This is not exactly a grinder deck because it's not trying to like attrition you out of damage. It's trying to get you to a board state in which there's nothing intelligent you can do. Gotcha, thanks. No, please ask this sort of stuff. We use terms like that without describing them more often than not, and it's not healthy unless players are brave enough to be like, hey, what does that mean? Actually, I don't know that. Front Company was interesting for so long. This is a really good home for Front Company. Because Front Company was like a card that people wanted to include in their Atea decks, arguably their horizontal op decks, and this is a really, I'd say, okay home for it. I'm actually not convinced that it's that great in this list. I haven't played this list yet. I've seen some games against it, and I do want to say this is a bit of a spoiler here. If you're really worried about this deck, I think what I'm really worried about this deck is that I think this deck gets bodied. The finals in the Fly to EMEA series, Alpi concedes. Because specifically their opponent off 15-15, I don't know if it's Ophisis or Ophisis, I don't know how you're meant to pronounce that, but they basically get down a rig and the game's over. The game is entirely over because of the deck that they're playing, and it's actually a deck archetype that's existed for a while, but Alpi has to concede the game. And that worries me because there's certain decks that will just stomp on this, and I think this has a next to 0% win rate. I don't know what the win rate of this looks like against like Lu with, you know, Imp and Nobkuri sort of stuff. It doesn't have any sort of virus tech into it. A lot of decks right now are actually skimping on their viruses because people are playing different things. You have to worry more about maybe knives in the dark than you do have to about viruses specifically. But it's the sort of thing where like this, if it's good, it's going to be super, super miserable to play into tier 2, tier 3 decks, because tier 2 and tier 3 decks are going to struggle against this. It's going to be really, really bad. But then the tier 1 decks are going to have a chance into this. And that's the sort of deck where like, if people don't want to lose to this on JNet Casual, it pushes all of JNet Casual into one direction, where like Amakua and Nias Hoshiko like just stomps on this. It's really, really, really bad for the deck. So I'm not saying this deck is unbeatable. I think it actually is kind of beatable with a reasonable setup, reasonable tech. There's some clumsy parts of this. Mind you, Neon Static played this a bit last night. They had some issues with drawing Gravanas that didn't have text. I don't know if you need 3 Warden Fatimas or 3 Trieste model Byroids. I think it's important. Do you need your opening hand? I don't know. I haven't played this deck, but it seems like there can be a lot of tuning for this deck. Even between these 2 versions are pretty interesting. The name Blighttown, by the way, is just absolutely fantastic. Shout out to Not again. So it's hard to say, but these are the sort of decks where if they're good, you really can't play a tier 2 deck on JNet Casual, as much as I think a lot of people are going to hate playing against this. Online meta shifting. Yeah, but it's like the sort of meta shift where it's like, there can be decks that allow you still to play nonsense in them, and you can show up with your tier 2 deck. And then there's decks where if you show up with a tier 3 or a tier 2 deck into it, you don't play the game. And I can't tell you because I haven't barely seen this gameplay. I've watched a bit of the finals last night after doing a stream. But my guess is that there's decks that just can't do anything against this. It's not even a rig per se, it's just being able to punch holes in centrals to defang the Front Company Fatima setup. Yeah, so the big thing there is that the deck had Amakua with like 7 counters. It's like you can run central servers, it doesn't matter. But once Front Company is down, you have to run a central server, and then the chance that it's like an on-cell with a Trieste and then like Warden Fatima, it becomes annoying. It becomes really, really annoying, and you can get locked out. So yeah, there's situations in which you just cease to play the game. So we'll see how that happens, how quickly. Hey, Jason, I don't know what we're worried about. Looks like we could stab our way out of this prison. Jason, I really like the decks you've been posting. Mind you, Jason right now has a deck list of the week, which seems to be one of the more consistent and no nonsense ways to get an assassination. That's pretty cool, but I actually like Sid 7's Asa deck a bit better. I think Asa got so many tools. Mind you, Jeff and I recorded our tier list video. Jeff is editing the corp side. The runner side will be on my channel after. The corp side will be on his channel. Subscribe to Synchronous C. The big issue to me is that we were worried that the corp cards, our conversation would be a bit negative. It actually turned out really good. And I think a big thing is that we recorded it on a Wednesday evening and my energy is really good at night. However, we recorded the runner tier list at like 9 in the morning on a Saturday. And so like, it's a bit sleepy and I worry about that because those conversations are so important. And I don't know. I'm almost done the edit. I'll catch up on chat. Yo, Cinderin, how's it going? By the way, did you send over the files? I checked. I don't think I have them yet from the thing. The two commentators make great content out of terrible decks better than anyone. They do, Sachi. They're having fun, which is more important, I think, than the quality of the deck. Brewing RH and Ag Infusion currently also trying counter surveillance Zahya is working so far. Oh, super cool, Dajin. I'll see you on Sunday, I reckon. The MM is spooky and hopefully not a sign of things to come. It's spooky. So like, okay, let's talk about how spooky it is. I just want to catch up on chat. But like, let's fundamentally look at the set. Mind you, my takes have been a bit doomer and I don't want to be doomer. My takes want to be, I don't want to say conservative, but like they want to be a bit controlled. I'm not going to say things are really bad, but I think there's a lot of writing on the walls of what's going to happen that, you know, some of this comes from experience. Like this is exactly also one of the things that I thought would happen that I'm worried about. This is Cobra Bubbles. Cobra Bubbles is really cool. And this is a Hoshiko deck that Cobra Bubbles put together. And you might notice what this deck is. This deck is fundamentally the thing that we were afraid of, which is it is a very good Hoshiko generalist deck that once it gets to the end of the deck just plays Ashen Epilogue for value. This is exactly why I did not want to have Levy AR Lab Access in the format, because you basically can rip through your Anarch deck with some speed with things like price smoshing, whatever. You have labor rights for backup, you have diesel for draw, but it's just good stuff Hoshiko, except when Hoshiko gets to the bottom of the deck, which is meant to be the corpse window to be like, oh, I might have something, Ashen Epilogue just gets played. Now, is this the end of the world? No. But this is exactly the worst use case in some extent of Ashen Epilogue, which is just like value bomb into repeat value bomb. And I hate it. I don't know. I'm really concerned about this. That like this might be the tier 1 deck of the format. Cobra Bubbles did quite well with the event. But yeah, this is the sort of thing where like I don't know why a card like this exists. Importantly, there's now critical mass of assets with click abilities that pushes it over the default spam IDs of Asa and Thule. Yeah, I think so. I know people said in testing they were trying this in different IDs and like Mirror Morph was a surprise. And you don't Mirror Morph every turn, but that's very important. There's a bunch of cards that have click abilities on them. I believe Alpi was playing Nano Etching. I think this one's playing Working Prototypes. I don't know if I love Nano Etching. It's a cheap D-Res, which is kind of cute. But I do like this a fair bit. This one's on Drudge Work too, which is kind of goofy. That makes sense. It's a click ability. I blame whoever made the helpful video about agenda numbers and access efficiency. This is a joke. Hey, Aku, could you explain the fork? You sometimes use and still don't know what that is. Yo, very good question, Aku. Sorry, I didn't answer your question that soon. That's kind of how chat goes sometimes. What a fork is a term that shows up largely, I think, in chess, but also shows up in things like, I don't know, martial arts like judo. So the idea in the fork in chess is you're basically making a move that forces your opponents to only be able to protect one thing at a time. I'm not a big chess guy, but if you know the rules of chess, I'm just gonna, this is too complicated. Chess fork, we'll find on Google Images. So say that this is exactly it, okay? Hopefully you know how the chess moves work, the pieces move, but this is the queen. The queen can move diagonally any direction. Now, if the queen moves here, we generate a fork. Imagine 2 prongs. So I have 2 things I'm attacking. The queen can steal the horse or kill the horse, take the horse, capture the horse. I don't know chess terms. Or the queen can push up here onto the king, which I think is going to be a problem. Yeah, it looks like that might be a checkmate, something like that. I'm not very good at chess. So this is a fork. Because now it goes to our opponent's turn and our opponent has 2 prongs they're being attacked by, and yet they can only defend by 1, because inherently in chess, you can only take 1 action. So a fork is basically you trying to establish 2 threats at the same time, of which you're hoping your opponent can only interact to 1. So the idea is like, what's a good fork in Netrunner? A good fork in Netrunner is, as a corpse side, say you have a fast advance threat, and then you put something in a remote server. Or one of the big ones that comes up is that say that we put something in a remote server, and then we're playing NBN and we play Oppa Research. We're on threat 3, so the runner has 4 tags. So now we've presented 2 problems in which we're hoping the runner can only address one of them adequately. Do they want to spend their whole turn getting money so they can run through the remote server, beat the Hydra and the capacitor we're playing, and then steal what could be an agenda? Or do they just want to take 4 clicks to remove 4 tags? This is a very good fork, and there's a lot of cards we'll talk about in the upcoming set that are fork generators. So basically, it presents multiple problems all at once, of which you can only address one of them. That's a fork. I like corp decks that generate forks. It's harder to make a runner deck that can generate forks. A lot of times forks are generated with things that just like have ongoing board state presence or pressure, like Hippo. Hippo technically forks 2 servers if there's 2 ice outermost, and the corp can only like protect one of them potentially. Not the strongest example, but there's a lot of corp cards that generate forks. Like, do I run the remote server or can they fast advance from hand? What am I doing? As long as they put something in the remote server. That makes sense or doesn't, let me know. Not a comment on specific meta, but it is credible how the basic mechanics of the game mean that just playing a really efficient deck gives you outs versus really left field decks like this. Yep. Yeah, but functionally that deck I think we were talking about that beats this deck, like has things like this, which Aeneas Informant just eats those decks because the idea that you can use Hannah, run the remote server, gain 3 credits clicklessly in an Amakua counter, like that beats the deck. Like, we're at a point that I'd honestly be interested to consider Scrubber. I'm aware that we're getting the brute force value of Miss Bones, but Scrubber kind of lines up with this new set. You're expected to trash 2 cost worth of things every turn at a minimum. I would honestly consider playing Scrubber if I didn't want to spend influence in Anarch. Vizarm, Ari, and Alarm Clock Loop potentially destroy the Trieste plan. Yo, London, how's it going? Yeah, there's some things that beat the Trieste plan for sure. Fizarm is better than I think it is. Seeing Jason knife people in NPC was a lot of fun. The weekend was a mess. It's on my to-do list. Okay, hey, no rush. Get to it when you can get to it. Just keep me updated if you want. I just need a plan when to edit stuff like that. Thank you. I think the deck will settle some kind of niche deck that dunks on people not prepped for assets. Yeah, maybe not. Hey, there's Jeff. Almost done with the edit. Yeah, should be coming soon, I hope. Excited for sleepy card reviews then. Hey, Gwen. Also, Eric, how's it going? Hey, Tuesday. How's last night? I caught a bit of it. I know that you played the Sid's decks. And I was watching Nick, and Nick like just going for the kill, not even playing the board, just tunneling on the kill. And it's a weird thing because like I know Jeff was talking about this when we talk about Jay Chinyo, is like, is this deck good for teaching players how to play good Netrunner? And I think Jeff argues that it is because it encourages people to run HQ and run central servers, and some players don't run central servers, and then you accidentally win by stealing agendas. But I'd argue it also does the opposite, where like I know in one of the games you played, Eric, like you had what I would argue is clearly an agenda in the remote server behind a single ice, and then Nick doesn't want to run it because he doesn't care about making you res money on the remote server or doesn't want to spend an inside job on the remote. And that's what I think you have to be very careful with these sort of decks. Is like you still have to play Netrunner. You can't just combo off. And maybe Nick for the stream wants to just combo off, so I think that makes sense. Like you do want to see the assassination, but there's like multiple turns where pressure on the remote server, especially against Asa, like makes more sense than just like tunneling. Asa's a good matchup though for Sable, I reckon. That's the thing about recursion; it just keeps coming back. Hey, Dirty Dudes, how you doing? Yo, Augustus, hey stream. I actually play Ashen Epilogue in a game challenge, impossible, or at least I haven't managed it yet. There is a chance that it's unplayable, like you don't need to play it. I know I've had in some decks and I've not played it. I've played it in kit decks consistently, but I think specifically in Hoshiko that can just like rip through her deck. It seems relatively more playable, but we'll see. I agree. Distracted Jeff from efficient editing with my bad Arsana play. My apologies. I think Ashen's as a value bomb is okay. It doesn't help the de facto best deck of last meta, Mulch, which I do appreciate a lot. Ayo, it's Mr. Neon. I'd argue that the Mulch isn't the best deck of the last meta de facto. I don't think it is at all. I think it's a really good deck, a really interesting deck, but I'd argue that Mulch is not the best deck of the last meta. I thought April Fool's was yesterday. Hey, Gato. No, this is about never mind. That's why running hot is banned in chess. Yeah, running hot is messed up in chess. Like, take 4 actions. It's hard not to win. It'll be a mate. Hey, Palmers. I'm glad they banned all click compression in the latest chess patch. Understandable. Thanks for the explanation. Siphon Doof seems like the biggest runner fork. Hey, Andrew, it's not exactly a fork. It's okay. It is a fork. It is an ongoing soft fork. How's it going, Andrew? The idea is that the corporation understands if I push in a remote server, I can get diversioned on HQ. So I have to like worry about that. It is technically a fork. However, it's like a soft fork because it's not actually on the table. It's just like a fork across the game. So it's slightly different than chess, but the existence of chess forks 2 turns away from now still interacts with how people play, I reckon. Does you realize Scrubber is a connection? Yeah, it is a connection. Miss Bones also a connection too, if you want to put some stuff into your Seb deck. I really like Seb. The problem is I don't think Seb is good, but I really like Seb. This is our transition. We had a GNK on Tuesday. There was 12 players. It was only 3 rounds, so not that big of an event. But I played this deck, which is basically the Owl Carver deck I've played on the channel before. The changes I have made. I cut a Heliamphora. No, I didn't. I think I played it like this. I cut a Valentina for the 3rd Hannah. This deck went undefeated, but I'd argue it was pretty slow. I played 1 matchup into Diogen, who was doing re-education combo, and I was very, very, very lucky with a combination of Hannah and a Aquaceres crew to be able to get through a wrap round, and that won me the game. Then the other two matchups was PE, that was pretty slow, and then a D-Res HB with Thunderbolt, which was very slow. But I think fundamentally, I am enjoying Seb way more than I thought I would, because Seb plays like, you know, old school setup Geist connection decks. Like, it is my jam. I like doing it. I like the sort of engine resource deck as much as I kind of wish I didn't. However, I can't get over the fact that it is just unfortunately way too slow. And I think you have to not play Nuka. I think you have to not play Rogue Trading. Hot Pursuit's obviously very good, but I don't think you can play with this Ice Suite or this Icebreaker Suite. So I'm not sure what exactly to do. I think playing better on tempo, like connections, like probably want to play Miss Bones to some extent. I think she's really, really good. 3x Hannah. I was on 2x before. I think you play 3x Hannah. Rogue Trading is way too slow for the deck, period. Maybe you only play 2 of them, but I think it's just really hard to play on tempo while also giving yourself a tag consistently, because there's just not enough ways to consistently on tempo give you tags besides Hannah. And Hannah's so good, because in the fast matchups, you install Hannah and you just hand her the remote server, and no matter what happens, you're happy. And I think that was my favorite thing about Hannah, is that like no matter what, she's just sick. But unfortunately, it is just way too slow, and I cannot figure out how to make Seb not slow as molasses. He's very powerful once he's set up, but like most corp decks that I fear should not allow you set up. I don't know what to do about it, because I really like Seb, but I think inherently Seb is just clumsy. I really wish banned labor rights now, not levy, so they spend 2 influence. There's no recurring method, drops unwillingly and accidentally. Yo, how's it going? I think you're right about that. Like, I think labor rights arguably is a more problematic card, almost unarguably, functionally problematic. But if that's the case, like, I think people just play Katurga. Like, I think if people want to Ashen, they will Ashen, as much as like that is a 7 cost play, right? I've ran into Scrubber a couple times in expansion. It's been pretty good. Yeah, I believe it. Hey, Pouch, how's it going? Does Trieste only see play in miserable prisons? Yes. And combo miserable prisons. How's it going? Play at our CO on Saturday, won by Jaichinho 2 out of 3 times. I believe it. I think we have a bunch of players in our meta that are like grinding Jaichinho too. Jaichinho is something too that like corps need to figure out how to play around. I think there was good conversation on the stream last night from Neon Static, like how to play around Jaichinho, because like spreading out your ice actually isn't good. And a lot of people will spread out their ice. Jai just says yes. Yes. Tress makes ice unbreakable. That sounds like a recipe for prison, yeah. For sure, he had some blinders on when it came to anything other than the knives. Yeah, he was like super, super knife tunneled, which was kind of fun. Mulch Defenders Assemble deck is Busto. I think Mulch is really good. I just don't think it... Like, I honestly think the best deck is very quietly Sokka's good stuff Hosh deck. Like, Mulch has really, really polar... Not polar... Okay, Mulch doesn't have exactly bad matchups, but I don't think it's consistently on the power curve the way that you want a tournament deck to be. My experience with that was being aggro is awful right now, at least into NBN and Jinteki. Every res is more negative tempo for you than the corp. Message chest with ping, net damage refunds. Hey Spark, how's it going? I found R plus to be very hard to be aggressive into, because I did think every face check was way worse for you than them, which is like kind of the opposite of what you expect. Message chest with seeing play also feels really bad. Losing 3 credits on a face check on turn 1 is like kind of a problem. It's kind of a really big problem, as much as I'm paying 5. Yeti, I don't know if I said hi. I don't have too much experience into PE. I think what also is like really wild right now is that while you might think that this is miserable, I promise you this is only the tip of an iceberg. This is the tip of an iceberg. Right now we're at a really weird spot where a bunch of the testing groups are holding their stuff to their chest. This is the sort of deck that I think can clean up in many tournaments, specifically if in Swiss, if people don't know what this is. This will roll over somebody in Swiss if they don't know what the deck is doing and how to beat it. This is a very hard thing to disassemble with or without tech. And so there's going to be a bunch of decks like this that are going to be held to like bigger tournaments. And the tournament that not this one was played in, but Alp's Prison Morph was played in, was a relatively big tournament. But I think there's going to be a lot of testing groups that have found something that's going to be gross. And I think the usual suspects here are going to be like Holloman and stuff like that. And people are going to hold them. People are not going to publish them. I don't know if Not Again is in a testing group, but very uniquely, seeing something this interesting and this potentially, you know, problematic on JNet front page, probably next week, is maybe because Not Again is not in a testing... Is Not Again in a testing group? But like a lot of times it takes individuals to post this thing. Maybe it's the fact that like this came out, that Not Again was like, we have to put it out right now. I don't know. But I promise you there's a lot of decks that are doing something pretty wild that folks are going to keep, you know, undercovers for a while. Cat as Grace does. Yeah, I think she's just had some food. As one of the guys who built Ash Nico, I'm very glad that you hate it. Got to give Bubbles respect for the write-up though. I don't think I've read through the whole write-up just yet. So the deck that did win the event, mind you, the Fly to EMEA event, I was actually kind of happy. I didn't get to testing it, but that is this one, Patchwork Hosh, still good. So Patchwork Hosh, mind you, Patchwork is just a really fun card right now. It has secretly been really fun, and this list is kind of like, I want to say Man in the Moon's list from Intercontinentals last year. So Amakua, Patrick, Aeneas and Foreman. Now we have Aquaceres crew, so we have multiple angles to trash things because this deck does want to trash ice. Back in the day, it was Chisel, and to Devil Charm, this one also has Simulchip, Chisel, Leech, Chisel, Aquaceres crew. I actually was trying a version of this. I didn't get it past the NRDB deck builder, but I had 2 versions of this. I think I do like off 1515's version a bit better than mine, but I was putting together 2 versions. This was the second version, kind of, which is the same sort of idea. I wanted to try basically Hoshiko with the Amakua package. I ended up here. I realized that this was nonsense because if you're playing Aeneas, you should really play Conduit. So it came down to this. I was on Diesel and Bayaban's Amakua. I believe we're on one fewer Amakua here, and then it's on Simulchip, which is sick. I think Earthrise Hotel is kind of important. This, maybe it's not. But when this deck was really good, it was when we had DreamNet, and DreamNet was obviously busted in Hoshiko, and you do need a fair bit of card draw with Hoshiko to play Patchwork. So this is only on a single cookbook. It's running Hannah, which like I can't believe I didn't put Hannah in this deck. This deck loves Hannah. Obviously it does. It's on Amakua and Aeneas format, like it's absurd. But this sort of archetype I wanted to test as much as I never got this off of NRDB. So I'm glad that functionally it seems like it works because it's actually, well, as much as Ice Destruction might not be fun, it's pretty good. Would Cataloger be a fork? Cataloger, Jimmy, I don't think is a bigger, I wouldn't call it a fork more than it is just a card that puts pressure on the table. You're right. You're saying like I'm putting pressure on R&D, but I don't think it generates. Okay, it does, but pedantically, I don't think it does, but it does. Seb saved Andre for being re-educated by a hair. It was really, really close. I found rogue trading way too slow. Yeah, it's just way too slow. Rogue trading is way too slow. I don't know how to make Seb fast. If I can figure out how to make Seb fast, I think Seb might be my favorite ID on a runner set for a while. I went to Diesels for speed. Yeah, I think Nuka's too slow too. Like I think Diesels is a start, but then like I think the connection package here without good enough ways to give you tags is not that good. Right? Like rogue trading is great because it's econ, which this deck doesn't need that much econ. I don't know. Like maybe you do have to play Amanuensis, which we don't. Oh, speaking of being graced by Cat. Hey Kizra, how's it going? Just play Citadel. I think I prefer Hot Pursuit to Rogue Trading. Yeah, I just think with this Breaker Suite, you can't consistently play Rogue Trading. Sorry, Hot Pursuit. For 2 weeks, I think you need to cut so much of all the cool connections. You should play Hoshiko. I think that what it might come down to is like, I think the connections are good, but I think Seb's ability is not worth the downside of not being Hoshiko, right? Like it's hard to make Seb feel good on tempo, right? Like your best play is Hannah into the remote server install. Like Friend of a Friend doesn't even feel that good. Friend of a Friend feels okay at best. So I don't know what's happening. Manuel's really good. That's for sure. Iru is good too. But like, it's unfortunate. Do you think you'll have some time to dive into the April Fool's cards? Yeah, I think we should. I honestly wanted to maybe do a standalone video to do like a tier list of them and talk about them. Because if you don't know, on JNet, they have an Unhinged set, Unhinged release, which we'll open that once I catch up on chat. Because let's talk to them. Because I think some of the cards are actually like, there's a range of cards that are interesting, cards that are playable, cards that are full jokes, and they're all really cool. Shout out to whoever put that together because they're really quite good. I miss a Resplendent Hawkeye stream. This looks like a fun game too. Hey Mel, I saw your comments. Yeah, hopefully you get the Age of Apocalypse soon as well. Someone forgot the Citadel Sanctuary rotated the other day and installed it against me. Get out. My brain blanked and I just stared at the card for a good 10 seconds. Can we make a 3-credit corp? I don't actually know what it does. Cruising Grid seems to be a good tech card against new runners. Cruising Grid's really good right now. Love your opinion on the April Fool's cards. Yeah, but we'll get to it. I'm just going to catch up on chat. I think that's a great idea. I caught out my Iru in my Mercury deck. Oh, it caught out. Yeah. Tempo decks have always played ice that's tempo negative for the runner to run into. That's why the Funhouse Raven wasn't a big CTM card. I just feel like the tempo loss is worse than they used to be. It feels a bit worse. And I think it's because R Plus is resing their ice for free. Right? Like, okay, running to a VSA and then obviously running into Turnpike is about the same. But then the difference is, does the Corp actually have to pay 2 for Turnpike or does the Corp pay nothing for Turnpike? And the fact that the Corp pays nothing for Turnpike, the sort of idea of being aggressive so the Corp loses money, doesn't work, right? Like CTM in the early game had a limited amount of funds where them spending 2 to res an IP block actually mattered. And right now with R+, it's really hard to face check. I think it is. I don't know so much about Jinteki. It's hard to tell. I know a guy who got rolled by it when I didn't know what I was doing. By that deck? What finally broke Mirror Morph? Oh man, there's a couple things we want to do. We want to talk about the set. What broke Mirror Morph? Enough assets that are clickable. And just like, have you ever seen a Mirror Morph deck with 25 assets in it? The set printed a lot of very important must-trash assets, like 27 assets. Like Working Prototype and Warm Reception are must-trash assets. And as soon as there's enough must-trash assets in a single ID, that's you know, it's going to make a deck. That's for sure. And I'd argue that these two are very strong must trash assets on certain board states. It's not so much that MM is busted, but the other HBIDs don't do anything for iceless assets, which is what we want to do with the political assets. Yeah, you don't want to ace these out because you're not protecting them. You just want to get enough on the table. And things like MCA, which are part of your win condition, works well with Mirror Morph. Clicking working prototype works with Mirror Morph. It's small things. It's not a big thing. Also, we're at a 3 restore meta, right? Like, genuinely restore is very good in a lot of decks right now. And again, the set has a lot of recursion in. Restore should probably not be in the game. So, I don't know. I'm almost there. By which I mean all the games that personally lost piloting Mirror Morph over the years were a ruse to lull the community to a false sense of security. Love and hate the Mirror Morph deck at the same time. First game watching, it was funny. Yo, actually, we shouted out your stream. Well done doing the whole stream on, what was it, Sunday, right? Really, really good. The people that joined you too. I haven't watched all of it. I watched the finals at a minimum. Yo, Jengdavis, thought we were Marvel channel now. We were for a sweet, sweet 2.5 hours. And let me tell you, those are some colorful cards you can put on the thumbnails. So maybe we'll change. Who knows? How you doing? Hey, Ryan, hope you're doing well. I'm still pleasantly surprised every Tuesday morning, even though you've been 2 weeks for a while. It's been 2 a week for a while. Yeah, it feels like it's been a while. I think we've been doing 2 a week now for a couple months. It's been really nice. I really look forward to it. Ryan, glad you are as well. And the last game making good commentary was so fun. You guys are commentating and you're like, we could just talk about whatever we want now, which like, that just happens during streaming anyways. But the fact that you called your shot on it was really funny. Hey, Rohit, I'm genuinely sad that this is what Mirror Morph became. I was enjoying playing a lot before the expansion. Now playing it feels very icky. You can still play Mirror Morph decks that like are a Mirror Morph puzzle. I think Mirror Morph is still a cool idea where you're doing a puzzle, and I'd argue on most turns this probably doesn't fire, but I don't have a lot of experience with a deck. But yeah, this is a prison deck. It is. Conduit versus Stargate, why the lighter used less frequent these days? It's kind of a hard thing to address. I'd argue that Conduit's actually kind of bad, or was not that playable a while ago. It was the multi-axis shaper played besides Deep Dive, but Mavirus showed up everywhere. Getting purged out on your Conduit after running through 2 ice a couple times is really, really bad for you. But that's it. So you have Conduit, you have Deep Dive. Still Arasana decks for playing Conduit because they could like cheat extra clicks and make cheap runs, and that was a nice fork they could generate relatively quickly. Maybe that's not a fork. Stargate, I think it slowed down for a couple reasons. I know one thing that came up, I've heard in conversation, is that like Stargate got a lot harder without the bin breakers, because without the bin breakers, well, firstly, MU is a thing, but you kind of, you know, it just gets a bit clumsier to put this down and your rig at the same time, because you have to spend more low tempo turns putting your breakers down. I don't know if that's real or not. I think that right now the problem is like twinning is just very, very good. You could argue Stargate also isn't good into a world of things like Oppo Research, because technically you're trashing cards, and so it'll fire off the Stargate. You give the corp some information. I've played Stargate somewhat recently and actually really enjoyed it. I thought it was super, super satisfying. But the twinning is just very, very easy to play, and quite powerful. So I don't know. Someone probably has a better explanation than that, because I'm not like a big like reg anarch truther. As much as I just said Mulch wasn't the best deck in the format. Sorry, Mulch fans. Mulch is a really good deck. Kind of surprised there's a Solidarity Badge for end of turn tag removal, because you don't flow tags ever, Bill. Like, this is the problem that, unfortunately, sorry I'm all over the place, that we came down to when talking about Seb, is that there's no functional reason to float a tag. And then even on top of it, I don't think Badge is a very good card in this list, because we'll never charge it, because we're almost never trashing cards. So I think we could consider playing Amanuensis, but I think the cost of floating a tag is not worth the payoff of drawing 2 cards sometimes. Because if we're tagged, they should trash our stuff, and not all of our connections or all our resources are connections, right? Like, if our game plan is to win the game with Awasera's crew, we should just not float a tag, period. So unfortunately, half of Seb's box is blank on a lot of turns. Console's gas, just find a way to cut Banhar. On which deck, London? We doing some gaming with Unhinged? We're going to look at them, Tron. I don't know if we're going to game with them. Maybe we should do. I feel like Friend is very slow, too slow. I do agree. I think Friend is too slow. Friend hasn't felt that good. I'm always popping Friend. I have a friend click one to take my tag, get money, feels the 3rd card best in the deck, well 4th. This is the one on Friend of Friend I like. Gaining 9 credits and getting Seb to fire, like, you just need enough ways to have Seb fire, but it's just way too slow. Unless you cheat this out with Seb, and then you're not using this ability, like, this is 2 clicks for 6 credits and a tag, which you still have to clear, which is just doesn't feel great, unfortunately. Couldn't find it last night? Oh, Eric, I'll show you where it is. I just want to catch up on chat. I played an internal version of You Have 3 credits, and I gotta say it's really fun with Panic Button. Oh, it works? Warm Reception is so much better than I ever would have expected. I cut it from ASIC because no runner should ever give it to you. Warm Reception is better than I thought it is, yeah. I know when we did the tier list, I thought Warm Reception was worse than Working Prototype, which is a name that I'm struggling to remember still. I think there's a chance that that's still correct, but Warm Reception is just very good. And it's the bottom text on warm reception that is secretly very, very good. Played against the Mirrormorph last night. It seems all right. It seems okay. I don't think it's unbeatable. I just think a lot of people are not going to enjoy playing into it. Hey, Bean Bean, how's it going? How you doing? I have an MM Froco without Trieste, and I think it's less exploitable since your ice isn't blank turn 1 Ravana. I think this archetype, there's a chance that a lot of the cute stuff here is too cute. Like 3 Trieste, 2 Ward and Fatima, positional ice, a Zed, right? Like I think there's a big chance that we're going to see a version of this that has just more flat game plan that is a bit less, you know, draw and order, fall apart. Which this deck from a distance, and I haven't played it yet, so keep that in mind. This is a hypothesis. I think you could build something that's a bit more consistent. I think this has really high highs, but I think it also has very low lows, because like drawing into 3 Ravana is really, really quite rough. Oppo happened to Stargate. Yeah, Oppo is a big thing. My favorite thing in the game, Terrorbraid. It's not that bad, I don't think. Stargate is a bit underplayed, but the 2MU is the thing that keeps out most of the time. Yeah, 2MU is not helping. But I do think Stargate's a bit underplayed. I think it's quite good. Feels really good. I think Stargate's a good solidarity badge. Feel out of Seb. I don't know if it works. That being said, I would play Stargate in Seb. Oh yeah, it's not an installed card. Yeah, it does technically work. But like playing, like imagine this. You have to play your solidarity badge, then you have to play your Stargate, then you have to produce your breakers, then you have to get the Stargate off, then you get to draw a card or clear your tag quickly after floating a tag. Right? Like that's just not functionally how decks work unless you're very consistently getting that, which is the problem. It's like Seb has so many issues inherently, and then on top of that, we're going to have to add that you're going to trash a card every turn. Right? Would I just play Imp and Seb sooner? Yeah. But then I realize I'm playing a bad Lou deck, right? Like this is the issue, is that it feels like there's 2 archetypes and overlapping them onto Seb is really hard because Seb already is very difficult and constrains what you want to do. I saw the QTM players were trying out Eye for an Eye and not even in Seb, just like as an anarch disruption tool. I'm really low on this card. I think it is also very slow and very expensive because the tag issue is a problem for sure. But yeah, just even this card, I don't see any play in Seb as much as like, I feel like this card is just straight up worse than Imp, unless you're playing like the trash from deck synergy package, which we're not even doing. The 3-credit corp ruins it? Really, Net Dead? Why? I would not be the first to say that, or to guess that. I'm a pretty big Friendo fan. First ability is great value. Second ability is mid. Seb doesn't have that many ways to clear tags. Yeah, but like, this is the thing with Friend of a Friend. Is okay, so say you have a good way to take a tag, and then you install Friend of a Friend. Then you click this to get 5 credits and remove a tag. So in theory, you installed this for functionally 1 credit, but technically 3 credits because you could have installed any other connection in your deck, hopefully. Maybe that's a bad way of looking at it. I'd argue that it is. And then you click for 5 credits and remove a tag. Yeah, that feels okay. That's okay. It's just like on the rogue trading turn on turn 1, it feels terrible, but I think the rogue trading is just slow, right? Rogue trading, you install this, you hit this, you take 6, you install this, you're down to 5, then you take 10. So your whole turn was 10. That's bad, but I think the problem is rogue trading is just too slow. Working wage warm wardens work as Thank you, Jason. I figured it out now. I don't know what console they use with Seb, if not Amanuensis. I tried Carnivore, but the deck doesn't have card draw for it. I think the best thing you should do is play a card that just adds an entire win condition. Like if I was going to play a console, I would play Maw. Just because with Hannah, it's really easy to like maw stuff on for fun. It gives more pressure to random runs. Like this card, I think does the most to add to you. I honestly think that if you can fix out the draw size, like Patchwork kind of makes sense. Admittedly, it's double dipping on your tag stuff, but a lot of the connections cost 2. So the fact that you can get down like some of the connections cheaper on tempo kind of makes sense. So I think Patchwork is also worth considering as much as you do need to bolster the card draw. I'm already on Nuka, Earthrise. You might need to do more on top of it. You probably should play Lago too, I imagine. But I think Patchwork is also worth considering as much as it seems a bit silly. It'll help you set up your programs too, which is good. Ravana's a weird choice unless you're Glacier. Hey, droids. Yes, the highs are high. I just don't think it's consistent. That's my guess. Maybe Seb needs Fenris for Sable. I think Seb, I've been Fenrising for DJ. Sorry, I've been DJing for Steve just to get like, you know, recursion on top of recursion. And I played against a PE match where I got down to no cards in my deck and I got like 8 cards off of that. So obviously anecdotal. But the problem with Seb is like, if you just have a random mark, you don't actually get good value from running a random mark. Right? Like running archives, you know, to charge your Amakua Leech and this version of the deck, mind you, specifically this version is okay. But a lot of times you don't want to run centrals. unless like you know, have a tag, which you can get clicklessly with Iowa Sarah's crew if they res their ice, which they have to res their ice. So it wouldn't be my first choice, but it's not the worst idea. I love playing Lou with badge, and the other trash triggers are all slightly different. Yeah, they're all slightly different. Some of them are accessing, some are not. Play Xanadu. Easy peasy. I don't think that badge needs to fire every turn to be worth 3.5 credits of value. It can be every 2 turns. Yes, but if the problem with our deck is speed, having a card that you have to draw that sometimes fires just feels worse than just like play an Earthrise Hotel. Earthrise Hotel or Lago, right? Like those fire way more consistently. And there is a slots tension. So I don't feel very good about it. I think holding an eye for late game just to trash 2 far cards out of the corpse hand while potentially pushing yourself forward with strike funds seems so good. Yeah, but where are the strike funds, right? Or like inherently to feel like you're doing a good Seb job is you need to place an absurd amount of resources so Seb fires consistently on every turn. And so then you realize that sort of package does not exist. It's really difficult. It's like inherently difficult. And I think what we're going to find the more consistent Seb decks are only going to be playing like 15 resources. And then you can realize, why am I playing Seb? Like, I think the cool stuff that Seb can do that is slightly more on tempo is probably like Amanuensis, Thunder Art Gallery, ooh, and then like no free lunch. Like, I feel like that's the easiest on tempo way to get value from yourself, but I don't know. Hey, Diceborn, been trying a Jemison Eminent Domain combo that's almost janky enough to work with Neurospike. Have you seen, I think Santa posted a Jemison Eminent Domain combo deck. It can like OTK people as inconsistent as it is and has no way of beating, what's it called? Hermes, but it's really cool. Rotating to friend feels bad because rogue trading is bad. Yeah, I think that's right, Augustus. I think rogue trading is just not worth anything. I will say the 3 credit corp makes playing Crim feel bad. Account Siphon do feels bad. Ugh. Okay, we'll catch up. I'm almost there. Chat keeps going. I'm happy. That's 2 credits more than working a day job. Yep, it is. Hot Pursuit is the way to go. Chenchling, I agree, probably. It's just you need a breaker suite that runs more consistently than this. I'm in the camp that Seb needs some sort of disruption in his console or as well because he takes a while to get set up. Yes, and I'm not sure if Ma is going to deliver that because you can't afford Ma early. But I do think, yeah, you need some sort of like siege engine. Like rogue trading is playable in a criminal deck that is running like big late game scare and is running economic disruption. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like the disruption you have in a Seb deck exists, barring ice disruption. Like, you can trash ice. It's very important that you can trash a lot of ice. That's the most you have, but it just feels way, way too slow. DJ Steve for Hannah and Seb is incredible. DJ Steve for Hannah's and Seb is incredible. Much better than Sable. The problem is getting it. Yeah, exactly. There's some really good cards to recur. Like, whether it's Praxis or whether it's just get Hannah's and then you clicklessly install the Hannah's on the run in. Like, it's so good. It's really, really good. If you need card draw, Daredevil's still legal when influence. Is it actually still there? I guess it's a Katara card, right? Because it's a Cabanessa card. Oh, it's a Mars card. Never mind. This is a Mars card? Whose console is this meant to be? Whose console is this? I thought it was... Wait, when did Cabanessa come out? Who is the Shaper in Mars? What? Who's the Mars Shaper? I have no idea what's going on anymore. Seb needs to play that off-campus resource-only deck from 2017. Maxwell James would be amazing. It'd be pretty good. There's no Shaper in Mars? Cabanessa got referenced in Mars but released in Katara? Wait, there's no Shaper runner in Mars? What? How? T identity. We got Los. Oh my god, there's only 4 IDs in Mars? What the hell? That's kind of upsetting. I don't think that's like... Yeah, we used to get a whole... Everyone used to get an identity. Why is Mars like that? Okay. No, not actually. Strange. Very, very strange. I saw someone in JNet using tag Thunder Art Gallery out of Az, which was using some Seb cards to finally make Thunder Art do something, which was kind of neat. Build your own Seb. Yeah, Sanjay, Sebastian K posted a list, which was Az. And then you like meeting of the minds to get down DJ Fenris to become Seb. I think they're sort of like Seb DJ Az decks, were things that I was expecting to see. I think Seb K did a good version of it. It's not very obvious why you want to do it, but you play cool criminal cards. Yeah, and tag is cool. I think you have to evaluate Seb's card pool as the tags are a downside to powerful cards that Seb, Friend, and Hannah mitigate, not that the tags are an upside that I want to seek out. I think that makes sense. But I think that makes Seb less interesting, doesn't it? Do I want an ID that's downside mitigation? Unfortunately, it looks like that's what we got. But I hear you. That's actually a really cool way of thinking about it. It's not how I built it, right? It's not called Green Sands. Mars is too far away. Aztec game is slower than Saba, more tools to cheat things. Yeah, we lost to it really bad. Tron played into us the other day and just crushed us. We were playing, though, Thunderbolt. That makes sense. Runners couldn't make the trip. Okay, let's talk about Unhinged. Oh my god, we're an hour in. So if you go to cards and you go to sort by, we're going to go to set. I cannot believe, you can't see the drop down here, but just imagine a drop down menu that's sorted from oldest. So the top is like Genesis Cycle Core Set. It took many years for Netrunner DB to sort the sets in alternate reverse version. So the newest set was at the top. I was not smart enough to know that that was a feature I wanted. But whoever did that is the coolest person, because that is sick. And every other DB in the history of the world does it backwards, which is the intuitive way. Sorry for the flashbang. If I go to cards here in Arkham DB, wow, the original core set's up here. And then if I want to see the new cards, I have to spend half my day scrolling down the screen. Whoever did this is just the coolest person ever. 10 out of 10, sick, unbelievably cool. Anyways, I have to go all the way to the bottom of this for said reasons. And our DB has format check marks. That's cool. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so there's a set here of a bunch of cards. If you don't know what unsets are, they go back, from my understanding, to Magic the Gathering, where unsets were basically not tournament legal sets, but functional sets that had goofy gimmicks. So what are your favorite unset cards? I know there's one where you have to rip up the card, physically rip it up, and then throw it on the table, and anything the confetti of the card touches is destroyed. So those are the sort of things that you see in unsets. Can I zoom in? Yeah, we can zoom in. Okay, great. Let's do a tier list of all of the unset cards. I don't know who made these, but someone put a lot of effort in them, and some of them are really cool. Gank Cell. Great. Ambush, Pirate, Sentry, Destroyer, Observer, Unhinged. Great. Yeah, good for UX. Yeah, right? Hey, Death. How's it going? I didn't realize that was a change because I never went to the list until I wanted to look at the newest set and saw people got it at the top of the list. Yeah, it was really good. It was NB Kelly who made this? Sick. Knights of the Hokey Pokey. I like the Knights of the Hokey Pokey. You do the Hokey Pokey to get protection for a turn. Pretty good. So while the runner is accessing this card from R&D, it is an upgrade, technically. They lust to reveal it. Why does it say that? When the runner accesses this card, res it if able. Okay, then they encounter it as ice with the following text. So it becomes a Biroid when they encounter it. The rules do not support this at all, as much as the rules do support a lot of the other cards. It says lose 2 cricks to like 2 subroutines on this ice. So it's technically Gank Cell 2.0. Trash one uninstalled resource. You may install one acid from HQR archives. You may install one ice from HQR archives. The runner cannot steal trash cards. That's reasonable subroutines for something called Ancel 2.0. However, that's just rude. Oh, it's trash one installed resource, not trash one installed card. Oh, that actually makes it kind of okay. Because this is not in ice, I don't know if the rules say that you can break it, because you can only interface with ice. It says encounter it as ice, so I'm assuming that's doing the heavy lifting here. I don't know if that actually is rules complete. Most of these cards probably aren't. But this sort of idea is like installing ice as upgrades or assets is an okay, it can be an interesting thing potentially. Obviously, this being an upgrade means you can hit this on top of other nonsense, and that's a really bad subroutine to hit. What's the strength of this though? Like, how do you actually break this? You can see the rules text by clicking on the card. Oh, cool. Oh, so it says must here, but lust on the other one. Okay, that's fine. What's the strength on this one? Sapper is the first ganked ice. Yeah, but it wasn't an upgrade, right? So we had like Sapper, and then we had Chrysalis, sort of. Actually, the first ganked ice was not Sapper. It was Archangel, no? Bottom left. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, right. Oh, it's 4 strength. It's very good. A one-time fire Ancel is totally fine. When a runner accesses this card, res it if able, so that won't fire in archives. That's well worded. Then they encounter it as ice with the following text. Yeah, this is good. It's good. Honestly, probably too good. That's really, really quite good. Nice. Cool. Basically just a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It does have Yu-Gi-Oh text, which is very, very funny. It isn't one time unless they trash it. That's true. Like having to break this and then trash it is really difficult. It will be resed, so obviously they know where it is. Not that they don't know what it is, but yeah, I can see that being quite good. Can you res a card in R&D, or do you have to install this? I'm assuming it doesn't fire from R&D, because it says when runner accesses res it if able. You can't res it in R&D, so I'm not sure if that actually fires from R&D. I don't actually know if that works from R&D. Now that you mention it. What do you mean inner root? I don't know what res if able does. Like, is the encountering condition on resing it? It feels like the encountering a condition is on resing it. I'm not sure if the intent is like if you can't res it, you don't encounter it, or the other way around. Hard to say. It is good. I think it's a bit pushed, but not offensive. Like, okay, it is offensive, but not like offensive. Like, I could see this getting printed and I'd be upset about it. I don't think you have to res it. Creation controls Awakening Center. Awakening Center hosted ice though, but the ice wasn't resed. Awakening Center is a nightmare though. Nobody knows how Awakening Center works. Even the people who made it don't know how Awakening Center works. But they axed it in R&D. They lust reveal it, so it ought to work in R&D. I'm confused by intention. Yeah, intention is not entirely clear. I'm assuming it works from everywhere besides archives. Even, well, technically it works for archives if it works in R&D. Are these coded on JNet? I think so, Shalada. Sorry, Dirty Deeds. I did it again. Okay. Cromulent card, very strong. I think it fires in archives the way it's worded, which is a problem. I think having to reveal it is just a joke for it being an ambush. Well, you have to reveal it. All ambushes have to be revealed if they fire from R&D, because then how do you know to do it, right? You have 3 credits. You have 3 credits. Division Unhinged, you have 3 credits. I can only see 2 credits. I have to try again, Mr. Sterling. 4520. I've heard people in chat say that this is actually miserable. So I'm assuming that you only have 3 credits. So your credit pool is irrelevant. That means you can res every 3 cost ice. It means you can advance entirely forever. You technically have infinite money. However, you can't ever res anything more than 3 credits unless you have ways to reduce the cost of the reses. Your 3 credits is busted strong. 3 credits is infinite credits. It's busted. It's funny how this is busted because it's not obviously like super busted. It's like, oh, that seems like it could be annoying. You can build a deck around it. But yeah, it's probably very problematic. You can also can't be doofed. I think being doofed right now in the meta is like not the biggest concern, but yeah, you can't play big ice. So what do you do? Like, is it busted? I don't honestly think it's busted. Obviously you don't need to play sure gamble, so deck slots get opened. Like, that's cool. You have no econ cards, but you also have no way to not have 3 credits. So like you can't play Bodic Labor. Reyna, yeah, Reyna beats it because you can't res any of their ice. Xanadu works too. That's really funny. But yeah, you technically have 3 credits. Very interesting. You can play 0 econ card asset spam. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, is that you can play full asset spam. The problem is like, what's your win condition? You can't oppo anyone. You can play the HB asset spam. You can just play Mirror Morph, right? Cat's Cradle works, yeah. Hey, Lucas, what's this? This is a set of unhinged cards that was released yesterday for April Fools on JNet. They're entirely coded from my understanding. Definitely not build. Bladderwurts, yeah, Bladderwurts, Lamau works, but then, yeah, it could work. You can't fire Snare. So it's interesting. It's probably busted. Like, obviously it's probably busted, but like, basically the Barf Thule deck. Yeah, but then you don't have Thule's ability, which is somewhat relevant. You also can't play Barf Thule because you can't play Oppo. Right? Like, you need to pay 7 for Oppo. You can't Oppo. Mirror Trap. 3 cost, 3 strength, mythic, unhinged, deflector. When you res this ice during a run, you may swap it with another resed ice. If you do, de-res this ice, and the runner is now encountering the other ice. And then it says end the run unless the runner pays a credit. Why does that subroutine matter? When you res this ice during a run, oh, because res this ice. Because then otherwise it's a 3 cost code gate. It seems, yeah, this card seems normal. This card seems cool. Like, this seems like a card that's, I don't think particularly good, but if it was printed, people would be like, yeah, I'll play that. It's a 3 cost code gate in Jinteki. Yeah, this is kind of charming. I agree. Sanjay, this is fine. This is not unhinged. This is a normal ass card. This is, people want deflectors. Mind you, deflector was a subtype that has shown up in a lot of really bad Jinteki ice. I'd argue only one of them saw somewhat consistent play, but that's just terrible. Well, they were terrible. This is fine. It isn't a code gate. Yeah, that's fine. You're right. It's not a code gate. I probably said it's code gate, but even it not being a code gate doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, you break this for 1. It's actually kind of bad. It's generally kind of bad, but like doesn't do anything. You hit the mirror trap and it flips you into a Nazi seems good. Yeah, but you paid 3 credits for that. I don't think that's busted. I think that's like totally fair. Like, this is just Ag Infusion's ability, but harder to do. What does it say backwards? It hits me. Does anyone know what the mirror text says? It's basically a cone and you pay 3 cuts for every time instead of the runner avoiding it. A conjin, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. But you can hush it. I guess you can hush a Konjin, right? Is this you? Is this me? Oh, that makes more sense. I don't know. It's okay. It's an ice that like is like Konjin, except you don't have to pay any more credits. You can't really break it. Mind you, they can not do this. It's May, and then eventually it just becomes a 1 credit rhyme tax that you paid a lot more for. It's fine. I don't know. This doesn't seem that unhinged. This actually seems like something that could be printed. You have 3 cards, no more, no less. You have 3 cards. You have 3 cards. You have 3 cards. Why? I get it, but why? Why? I honestly have no reason why. Why? Silver Konjin seems decent. You have 3 cards, it's just the rules to Vites? Vites? Vampire the Eternal Struggle has you have 3 cards? Is Jinteki max? What does this do? Do you have to discard down to your hand size? You have 3 cards. Yeah, I shouldn't have asked that. Getting deflecting to an archer could be rough. Yeah, I'd argue that there's worse stuff that you're worried about. I think the runner has 3 cards, at least I hope so. No, I think you have 3 cards. You are you, because this is your card. Read the rules text. Holy shit, thank you. Whenever a card is added to HQ, if you have 3 or more cards in HQ, you must discard down to 3 cards. Whenever you have less than 3 cards in HQ, you must draw until you have 3 cards in HQ. It's legal and casual. You have 3 cards, Andre? Yeah, This obviously seems less good than infinite credits. My knee-jerk reaction is this is absolutely unplayably bad. Why does this have 45-20 and this has 45-15? Why is this good? There are 3 cards. Infinite draw is very good, but it's not infinite draw. How's it infinite draw? Can you explain in depth why U means in Marvel Champions as a punishment for chat being unhelpful? Yeah, in Marvel Champions, U means the player. It's that simple. U means the player, and then as an extension of U is your hero. U also is your upgrades, but not your supports and the events. So U is basically an abstraction of the hero itself. So when the villain initiates an attack against you, and then the hero can choose to block, but the villain attacks players, the villain doesn't attack characters. If the villain damages you, that's your hero, not your allies, because your allies are not you. It's convoluted, I agree. Everything is a cantrip. Oh, right, because if I install a card, it's replaced immediately. I don't think that's as good, though. You should play giant deck, you have 3 cards. No, it shouldn't. Okay, yeah, that should have been more obvious. So the idea is that if I install an asset, suddenly I have 2 cards in hand, so I get a 3rd card. How does this mess with your mulligan? I have 3 cards and no money. I wish I had no cards and 3 money. Yeah, this seems harder to make work. I think you could. It seems harder to make work. Like, once you draw agendas, what the heck do you do? You just have 40 strike funds in your deck? It's a corp deck, though. You're kind of in a bad spot there. This was a runner deck, could be busted. As a corp deck, I don't know. This one I've seen. This one seems really cool. You should really be more careful. This asset can be advanced. When the runner accesses this card while it is advanced, replace every card in their grip with a copy of Infiltration. This could have been a Cerebral Overrider, you know? That is so funny. So that's genuinely very, very funny. If you don't know Infiltration, it was from the original core set, and it basically gave you 2 credits or expose 1 card. There used to be neutral expose in the game. There's not a lot of expose in the game anymore. I think it's for the better, but that is just so damn funny. That is a terrible, it's not even like unplayably bad, because there are some metas where like disrupting the runner's hand is worth something, but reminding him it could have been a Cerebral Overrider is like the funniest flavor text. I love it doesn't care about the number of advancements. Yeah. Even if it's not advanced. Oh no, while it is advanced, right? Like it just gets through there, which is so funny. Oh man, that's a 10 out of 10. This is the sort of card that is a good punchline, but actually has like reasons why you want to play it. Yeah, they're actually really good. This is very, very good. Shot, I'm doing well. We got some unhinged cards. Have you seen these so far? Give me 1 second. I just need to close the door. I'll be right back. I made the top 16 while Infiltration and Magnum Opus. Oh, I believe it. I can believe it. Infiltration is not the worst card. Prob with 3x of this card. Oops, hand all gone. You could have been careful. NBN Personal Evolution 4515. For those who don't know, this identity is the world is yours. It was an NBN identity back in the day, this card art. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, do 1 net damage. Okay, when you need the human touch, it's just kind of ugly masked in on top of it. It's NBN NPE. I don't have thoughts about that. I don't have strong opinions about this one. Is it good? Re-education kills, right? Re-education just kills a runner? Do you draw 1 on re-education? 15 minutes forever? Yeah, they just die to re-education, so that's not great. Okay. I don't know. That's fine, I guess. This one's so funny. Newer Angela's Soul. Would this be good? I don't think it would be good, but would it be fun? So the punchline here is New Angela's Soul had this text, but instead of playing lockdowns, it played currents. Currents are banned, so New Angela's Soul is technically playable. Frank, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Welcome. Whenever agenda is scored or stolen and whenever a run ends, I didn't read that. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen and whenever a run ends, you may play 1 lockdown operation from archives or HQ playing its play cost. I don't know if it needed the whenever a run ends clause. That obviously puts this a bit stronger than it is. There's 5 lockdowns, 1 for each faction. Some of them are pretty high influence, and there's a neutral one. Some of the lockdowns are really, really good. The problem right now with like the NBN lockdown is that subtype is that it's just doesn't see a lot of play because opportunity cost of playing for your deck. But if you could play this consistently turn over turn, obviously it's quite something. Whenever a run begins, give the runner a tag or 4 credits that's miserable, and then this will exist forever. I'd imagine this is poisonous garbage. Needed is a loaded term. It deserved it. Hey, Jockey, how's it going? Yeah, that's really good. That's a very funny joke, too, about currents and lockdowns being the new ones. An internal company policy has been referred to as anything but the truth. I think that's on the card originally. Disrespecting the meta-breaking Sync plus Froco deck? What's Froco? Front company? Whatever. Whatever. This one I think is one of my favorite. Alarm. Observer. Unhinged, technically mythic, but it didn't get the mythic trait. 5 strength, 0 cost, alarm. When you res this piece of ice, play the game over sound effect. 1 subroutine, de-res this ice, game over. Inhales. This is so funny. Genuinely, the design of this card is actually kind of cool. Right, like if you want a de-res card, having a card that just does something when it's res and then immediately de-reses itself, which the runner can interact with, is kind of a cool design as long as the thing it does is not that strong. Right, like could you print alarm that when it's res, the corp gains a credit or 2 credits, something like that? Probably. And it's this weird design space somewhere between acid and ice, but obviously has interactions with ice res and de-res synergy plans. The fact that it just plays a game over sound effect is very funny as the jump scare. The art is also fantastic, but like the design space of this card is actually quite charming. Game over. Alarm clock is good and all, but have you seen Alarm? Yeah, I really like this one. I think this one's maybe one of my favorite designs, but I actually think there's something here which is cool. Oh, intellectual property is also cool. Payback Ice from ONR was like that. Oh, it res and de-res itself constantly. It's a cool theme. I'm surprised we haven't seen something like this. Intellectual property. I believe that's an old Magic card border. It has 4 advancement costs. It's worth 0. There is an archetype here that has to have been explored by many budding designers. This is a Wayland agenda. When scored, add an installed icebreaker to your score area as an agenda with points equal to its printed strength. So on a bunch of board states, this will become, what's the best case scenario, right? Like you add what's a 4 strength icebreaker? I can't even think of one. What happens with icebreakers that have changing strength, like Cradle? I don't know. Noom. Oh yeah, Noom 6. It's not almost an OTK. Noom is a 6 strength icebreaker. I think that's the highest. I think some of the other stuff is not icebreakers. There's 10 strength. Actually, there's a 10 strength, right? Not in standard anymore, but 10 strength was the Apex card. I can't remember. Isn't Noom 8? I thought Noom was 6. Oh, Noom must be 8, right? Oh, it's 8. You're right. OTK. OTK. There's a 10 strength one and an 11 strength. Endless Hunger, I think, is 11 because I think it's 1 bigger than Deus Ex. Yeah, 11. Because Deus Ex, sorry, I covered that. Deus Ex, I think, was 10, but Deus Ex isn't an icebreaker. I still think it has strength for some reason. Yeah, Deus Ex is 10. Oh, it is an icebreaker. Okay, so that does work. Yeah. Morningstar is only 5. It's good, but it's not the best you can do. CB Tech, how's it going? But there's some big stuff. Yeah, there's some really, really big stuff. Little baby. Yeah. I know I have tried to build corp Wayland archetypes when like building own sets that are about like forced obsolescence. I think that's some midpoint between Wayland and HB. I think rig shooting, this is a cool rig shooting agenda. It's very, very strong. Obviously, there's other cards in the format that does something like this. Attaching it to points is kind of interesting because then your decisions might not just be rig shooty as much as it probably is just rig shooty. This agenda is worth 1 additional point. In the runner score area, I didn't read that text. That's really important. I wish it was worth 2 additional points just to make this worth a 2-pointer. I think would be fair. I made this is very funny. The theme is also really funny. I want, yeah, ambushes that install as programs on the runner side that messes them up. I think that'd be really quite fun. Can't wait to IP a Slab Vandal. Yeah, it's our Slab Vandal now. Oh, 6 strength on Slab Vandal too. Izzy, how's it going? Not too bad at all. Very, very good. Fun design. Honestly, something that could see print as much as like I don't think people like that archetype, but like that is within the realm of fair in Netrunner. All right, Victory Missile. It's a 7-star Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark operation. Blops. Call of Duty. You cannot play this card unless you tribute play it. To tribute play this card, you must reveal it from HQ, trash it, and trash 3 other cards from HQ with the word tag in their text. That's a really cool sentence. That deck building cares about the text on the cards in hand is really cool. It's like some mixture between expendable and something else. For what it's worth, to tribute summon Victory Missile in Yu-Gi-Oh! You'd only have to tribute 2 cards. This requires you to tribute 3 cards, I'm pretty sure. I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! To summon a 4-star and less card, you don't have to tribute. 5 and 6 is 1 tribute. 7 to 8 is 2 tributes. So you're technically playing a premium for this in Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you have to pay the credit cost? I don't think there is one here. Oh, cost 5? Yeah, you probably do. Yeah, I'm assuming you have to pay the cost too. Yeah. When you tribute play this card, deal 3 meat damage. If the runner is flatlined while you're resolving this card, you win the round. There won't be a game 2. That ability is actually not that strong. I think trashing this and 3 other cards for 3 meat damage, I think you can build around it, but you need to have like the perfect hand. It's weak to disruption. I'm not sure how you end up playing this. It's only 2 influence though, so like probably an NBN this sees more play, but you have to do burst damage into this. Like 3-tag Mindscaping. You can't really play 2 Victory Missiles unless you're like playing. You can't even play and you have 3 cards. I don't know what to do here. Yeah, this seems really hard to. I'm surprised that the win, like on this being 4 damage or being 5 damage, I think would be fair. Because 5 damage means you could set up a 5-card combo that maybe flatlines a runner. 4 cards that say tag and draws. Yeah, it's really, really hard to kill with this. The whole we win the round clause is very, very cute, but there's could be something like this. I think that sort of like expendable from hand with additional costs is like a pretty cool design space that could be explored. That's really cool. Is Victory Missile a real Yu-Gi-Oh card? Is it? Excited to find out how this card shifts the discussion between SSS and DSS. Oh yeah, I totally forgot DSS is real. I played DDSS last week. It was fine. It was a small event. Yeah, that's true. You do win both games. It's Victory Dragon. Thank you. Is that an Ancient Gods card from Ra? Slider Obelisk? I'm not sure what that is, Jonald. So this card says, this card cannot be special summoned to tribute summon it. You must tribute 3 dragon type monsters. If this card attacks your opponent directly and reduces their life points to 0, you win the match. Oh, because match means 2 sides of it. Okay. So in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think you have 8,000 life. So this probably doesn't kill most people. But if you can land a kill with it, you win the whole round. Which I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh! Is best of 3 or best of 5 or whatever. A to G Breaker. Oh, those are my, what's it called? I'm A to G. Andre Gamazella. Icebreaker AI Unhinged. 2 cost, 1 MU. 1 for 1 strength, not bad. 1, break a subroutine on an ice with a title that starts with the letters from A to G. A is for assassinate. Shit. How much of the ice suite is that? How much of the ice suite is that? What ice cannot be broken by this that you see is common play? Hydra, not that you want to. It breaks one. It breaks about 1/3 of the ice. Is that just like the math on the alphabet, or did you actually run the numbers? It misses a lot of important ice. Yeah, it can't break Magnet. It can't break Hagen, and this eats Hagen. I'm trying to think of ice. Winchester. Okay, I ran. Oh, you ran the numbers. It breaks about 1/3 of the ice. My brother. So I saw my brother this weekend, and he hasn't played Netrunner in a long time. And one of his favorite cards was Alpha and Omega that had like very similar stats as much as the cost was absurd, but they had like soft Crowder math on it. He loved these cards. There was Alpha, which could only break the outermost, and Omega that could only break the innermost. And he would like do anything he can to build these cards. And it reminds me of these cards because, well, they could break a lot of things, but not everything, but kind of everything. These cards were terrible. But this design space is kind of cool. The problem is like the numbers were so conservative for an AI icebreaker. And arguably didn't need to be that bad. Big Agora vibes from this. Yeah, Agora was the cost 5 or more. Yeah. There was also a bunch of Devas that had conditions. Vamadeva could only break 1 subroutine ice. Agora could only break 5. And then the Shaper one could only break things that had 3 different subtypes on it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the name of that one. I have 1 Chimera Games with Omega certified good card. Oh, in limited format, yeah, Omega's not bad at all. In standard though. Oof. Ping, Ice Wall, Tree Line, Gatekeeper. You can break Gatekeeper. Tattoo Bolo, you can't. I used to play with Alpha and Omega, but then the court put down 3 ice and I was very sad. Yep. But you had a good time forcing them to 3 ice. They're winning a remote server. Whoops. Kick Me. I think it costs 2. It's an unhinged condition. What's the art behind it? Can someone guess what that art is? Is that stim hack? Oh, wait, no. It goes off the side here. It's the same art on Alarm. This is the same art on Alarm sideways? Is that what it is? Maybe not. Install Kick Me on an installed corporation card. You should remember Sajo Yada. It's Cobra Bubbles. I should remember that one. Congratulations on your event this weekend. Yeah, I've lost that one recently. Install Kick Me on an installed corporation card as a hosted condition counter with the text. Whenever you pass or access host card, the corporation discards a card unless they pay 1 credit. So it's an event, but it's not a Trojan. You'd assume this to be a Trojan. Whenever you pass or access, the corporation discards a card unless they pay a credit. That's honestly a playable Trojan. Like as an Anarch Trojan, if it's not a Trojan. Is it stim hack? I actually played a Kick Me versus you had 3 credits today on stream even. Oh no. You can put it on upgrades? Yeah, you can put it on upgrades. And you can put it on like assets. Like you can access them. So it's like wider than a Trojan. I'd argue the Trojan part of this is the part that makes it more playable. Like putting this on an upgrade, they can over-install and trash the upgrade. So I don't know if that's that good. Like you can just trash assets. Like paying 2 to mark an asset to run into it multiple times in a turn doesn't seem like a good play. But as a Trojan, that's good because destroying an ice for 2 is okay. That's not the art on stim hack, is it? You're right. It has the core set art. Original stim hack? No, I don't know what that is. But yeah, I think on Proxy Generator, though, it has the core set locked into most of them. These cards remind me that I wanted a program for a long time that's installed as a new remote server with a blank asset in it that the corp can't over-install. Yeah, we've had cards like that that mark servers. Putting cards in servers is tricky because the corp, yeah, if they can't over-install it, it's hard. Put 3 on Daily Quest for maximum stonks. It's a neat card. Genuinely kind of a neat card. As much as there's things you could do to make this a bit stronger. All right, Light the Fire. Full art even. How lucky for us. So cost 1. It's a resource sabotage. Trash this and spend a click and suffer a core damage. Why does it say brain damage on it? Run a remote server. During that run, cards in the root of the attacked server lose all abilities. When that run is successful, trash all cards in the root of the attacked server. Draw 2 cards. Who draws from where? Is that flavor text? So they're holding Pot of Greeds. And then they have their Yu-Gi-Oh! Blade. Pot of Greed, mind you, just says draw 2 cards on it. It's Diesel. It's just Light the Fire with fun art. I think it's just Light the Fire with fun art. I don't know what this Pot of Greed is, but Pot of Greed is like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card that is, I don't know if it's still banned or it's restricted, but it just says like draw 2 cards. Which for Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a really big deal because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of those draw once a turn games. And then like card advantage is incredibly important. I had Pot of Greed when I was a kid. That's it. Draw 2 cards. Huge text box. 3 words. Might be the least amount of words on a single Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. But yeah, it's just Pot of Greed on Light the Fire. Not sure. D. Sporado. Compulsive Runner. ID 4516. Nice. You cannot click for credits. Whenever you make a run using the basic action card, gain 1 credit. It's a mustached Desperado. Who doesn't know what Desperado is? This is not like a witch hunt of sorts. Like, let me know if you don't know Desperado. Not successful run? Nope. It's whenever you make. Not when the run ends, whenever you make. This is actually not bad. I would argue that this is actually good. Not being able to click for credits, like you have to consider that in deck building. A lot of games you actually don't click for credits if you build your deck in the right way. Now you can just make a run and then jack out if they don't res the outermost ice, or you can face check into it, and that gives you money. And then again, it gives you money while making your run. So you could play this with Penny Shaver as much as, yeah, this is good. Like you can actually build a deck where this is totally fine. 16 influences a Roseville classic. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not too plugged into Roseville. I cannot tell you what Desperado did. Okay. So Desperado was the first ever criminal console. It just says gain a credit when you make a successful run. That's why Augustus was like, not even successful run. This card was a one of. Notice that one pip here. That means when you bought a core set, you only got one of these. And this card was so important that you had at least two, sometimes even three in your OG criminal decks in like 2012 to 2017, basically, until it rotated out, sort of, because they did a new core set. That this card was a reason that people spent $40 to buy a new box, which is a bummer, obviously. But yeah, Desperado was the best criminal console of all time. It probably still is right now. Penny Shavers, I meant to be an homage to it, but as you know, Penny Shaver is a bit more clumsy. This just gives you free money. Not first time, whenever. Really, really good. I wish I was more plugged into Roseville. Yeah, I don't know too much about Roseville stuff. Anyways, it's Desperado on the card. It's really good. Andre, why didn't you just make the other two copies in Proxy Nexus? All right, Sanjay, you know better. Longsort. Org Crime Unhinged costs nothing. Choose one. Its formatting on this is really weird, so I guess we'll look at this. Sort your deck by cost, lowest at top. Sort your deck by cost, lowest at bottom. So you do get to do a sort. I think Longsort is probably an algorithm name. I'm not too familiar with it. Is this good? Org Crime is a fun subtype we haven't seen in a very, very, very long time. It's a really funny joke. Why exactly? I'm not sure I get the Longsort Crime here. What's Roseville? So Roseville is a set of like goofy cards that like CTZ, I think, makes. San Francisco makes. I know they also show up at like, they get played at OTG, I'm pretty sure. So some of the folks of Slumscast, I think, have some interaction with it. I'm not 100% sure. You can play it onto an installed Aster upgrade as well. Oh, Alex. Oh, you're probably behind for Kick Me. Yes. If you hear this, you're probably not watching live. Excuse me. There's cards like this in Hearthstone. And in Hearthstone, there's a card that did this back in the day, and it actually was super, super important. As much as it didn't give you a choice, you just did from highest cost to lowest cost. I'm assuming highest cost to lowest cost is probably what you want to do. And that means in theory, you know every draw. The problem is you also have to sort the cards based off of, like, if you have 3 cards of 5 cost, what order do you put them in? So welcome to note taking, and hopefully you never shuffle your deck. Don't play Boomerang. How is that good? So in games like Hearthstone, that's a lot better, because once you've hit high mana, because you're only drawing 1 card a turn, you want to draw your biggest cards. So sorting your deck from highest to lowest not only can set up combos, if you have cards that say like reveal the top of the deck, which this does relatively well, it's only 2 influence, but it also means that like in those locked mana games, you're always drawing the highest thing on curve to do threat into threat and threat. Admittedly, at some point you start only drawing like 2 mana cards, and then the game's over, you've probably lost. But that is a pretty reasonable trade-off. Orc Crime is the only, yeah, Orc Crime only showed up on that really weird light, whatever it's called, that terminal run event that showed up at Worlds at Magnum Opus. It's the only other Orc Crime card. It's pretty bad. I just thought there was some connection to Longsort. That's exactly where it showed up. Sort, this is playable. I'd argue that this is somewhat playable. It's really weird. People don't have a good understanding a lot of times of what the most expensive cards in their deck is. It's usually Sure Gamble. It's genuinely often Sure Gamble. Because a lot of runner decks, like 5 cost is a lot to play a single card. You don't feel it on Sure Gamble because it's an credit positive card. But for a lot of decks, Sure Gamble is your most expensive card, followed up by things like Earthrise, Hotel, Class Act, and Actual Breakers. The most expensive card that sees consistent play would be like Liberated Accounts, and I don't even think consistent play is exactly the term we want to use for that. So yeah, Monolith Tutor. The issue is that like if you wanted to play this and then you wanted to play what's it called? Windfall specifically shuffles the deck first, which is pretty rough. So it doesn't work. Longsort's a bit broken with Chained Cantrip. Oh, Chained Cantrip is a really cool card. We're gonna get into that. It's a Shaper card if I'm not mistaken. It's a really nice thing. My Longsort deck is so fun. Oh, hell yeah. I don't know what to do with it. It's not obvious what you want to do. Sandra Harish, Publicity Broker. The name is funny. You'll find out why. Identity Barrier. Okay. If the corp has one or more bad publicity, they play with HQ revealed. So there's an ID back in the day called Harsishandra. I never was able to spell this, unfortunately. I'm just going to search Chandra. And Harsishandra said that if the runner has a tag, they play with their hand revealed. You know what we want, 17 influence. This never saw any play. Not even like tier 2, tier 3 competitive play. It saw 0 play whatsoever. It is really strange too because, oh no, in this set, this is the only NB. Was there another NBN in the Mumbet cycle? I'm not actually sure, but this was just very, very quite bad. It is very much noting that when you play with a revealed hand, that means if you're doing damage, you still have to flip the hand down and shuffle it. So you're not going to choose what damage you do, but this was just very, 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 very bad. And then we have a version of it that's arguably more powerful, as much as giving bad publicity is a trickier thing to do to the corporation. There's only one card in the entire format that gives the corporation bad publicity. It's a pretty good card for what it's worth. We know what you know, but not bad. It had 0 support besides that guy. VK, what do you mean? Runner seeing the corpse hand is much stronger. Yeah, runners seeing the corp hand, again, you have to shuffle before you do a random access, but seeing the corpse hand is much more powerful than seeing the runner's hand. The only 17 influence card that actually needed more, yes. It needed more of a text box. Identity barrier, I wonder if there's any interactions with that. Can you derez it? No, it's not ice. Unfortunately, can't do anything. Mining accident guarantees against a 3-credit corp. Yeah, that's true. Against a 3-credit corp, they cannot pay for mining accident, which is the only bad publicity giving card, I think, in the format. Oh, Archivist. No, you're right. Archivist is a card too. So there's 2. Archivist is like a 4 influence anarch resource that does a trace after the subtype. You know how people say like, well, actually, if you play offer, you can't refuse. You can make a run on the corporation's turn. The priority window. This is the only other card that gives me that sort of vibe, which is like, what do you mean agenda subtypes don't matter? Initiative or security really matters. Make a meme about yourself. It is the other offer you can't refuse card. Well, technically, subtypes on agendas actually matter. It's fine. This is part of the strongest 2-card combo in the format. Sandra Harish is? Is there a runner card that reveals every card the corp draws? Isn't there? Sort of. There was back in the day with Bug, but it was very expensive. Bug paid 2 credits whenever the corp drew a card to look at it. This was meant to be support for Sterling. It didn't really work out. And then there's Corporate Defector, which reveals cards that the runner corporation draws through the basic action, through the click. So you don't see their mandatory draw. I think those are the only 2 cards that show you what the corporation's drawing. Oh yeah, I wasn't live. Hey, Alex. Archivist has only been used to proxy other cards before JNet cards can go live. I've played Archivist unironically before. Because I think the Archivist gives Link. So it's one of the few Anarch cards that actually does give Link. So like you played this when you played Underworld Contact, like this is not good, but when you played Underworld Contact, Reina Roja or whatever, Security Nexus Reina Roja, you would actually consider playing it. Bad publicity, mind you, was good with Security Nexus. And Reina was one of the only linked runners back in the time where that made any sense. Yeah, some decks wanted to link enough for that to be playable. In some metas, there was an econ card. There will never be an access stream where an offer you can't receive will not be discussed. You know it. Offer you can refuse jank is fun and cool. I think offer you refuse is cool. It's just like, it's a meme when anybody explains the timing structure to a new player and then like someone has to pipe in by pushing their glasses up to say, well, actually. Oh yeah, Ed Kim was the other linked runner for sure. Okay. Zahya Sadegi, I think this is just alt art. I don't think this actually has any text on it. They even updated the 10, so you can print this and play with this. The joke is really funny because this is 419 who is in this specific art spoofing that he is Thomas Haas, and Thomas Haas does not look at all like him. So he's also spoofing he's Zahya and just gets Zahya's identity box. Very fun, very good joke. Not a new card. Haircut as being the punchline in this card is very funny. I like 419. There have been metas where Corp almost exclusively ran initiative and security agendas. SSL era comes to mind. Yes, yeah, no, there has been metas where it's been better than others, that's for sure. But that wasn't a reason why people were jamming into their decks. But I agree, sometimes it matters. It's just, it's a joke to me. Because I always like when I do tier lists or I reviewed cards, I'm like, it's an initiative, and I don't even want to say Archivist. Awakened Dreamer, 1 link, Turing-complete Napper. I do not know what this text is. So when your turn begins, lose all clicks and gain 1 R. That should be 1 credit. So you gain a credit, but you have no clicks. Then take 10 basic actions at random, capital R random, while with randomly selected targets, ignoring their costs. You may still pay the play and install costs. You still pay the play and install costs of cards. How the hell do you do this on JNet? What the hell? 1 R is 1 credit. This is a formatting issue, probably from a spreadsheet or something. This is cool. It works? Holy shit, it works. Influence limit 80. You sit back and watch the ride. Izzy, this seems cool. It's Turing complete. And by Turing complete, I mean it's alive. And by it's alive, it means I've died to Sai Sultan already. It plays itself. Is this not the coolest thing? So it's worth noting, making runs obviously is a basic action, but also playing cards from your hand is a basic action. If it tries to play a card from your hand and it fails to be able to initiate the install cost, does it not eat one of your 10 actions? How does this work? What is the best Awakened Dreamer card deck you can play? Totally indistinguishable from a human. Esteban, yeah, for sure. Like, can a player who's learning the game beat an Awakened Dreamer deck? How bad is Awakened Dreamer? Hey guys, I built a Netrunner AI. Check it out. It rolls a bunch of D10s. I did watch it choose to run Sanjay into a rezzed bloop with no cards in hand. Oh, that's pretty good. What faction are we? Neutral. We're definitely neutral faction. I do like how the set explore step is only feasible with digital implementation. Yes. And like, that's a really cool thing about, you know, admittedly, it's much easier to do Longsort online than it is in person. But that's one of my favorite things about Hearthstone, a game I don't play, is that game embraces cards that can only exist on a digital medium. And this is definitely one of them. 10 is a lot. 10 is a lot, but a bunch of them are going to be like run archives. I lose to Awakened Dreamer. Yeah, we're going to try this out in a minute. This seems so cool. Marry many consoles interface expert, can't hold all these consoles. Identity Cyborg digital subtype unhinged, seems to be neutral. You may only include 1 copy of each card in your deck. Infinite influence, ignore all limit 1 console per player text. This is a theme that every, you know, like armchair Netrunner card game designer puts that text on an ID or a card where they can play 2 consoles or any consoles. I don't know what it works out to be because consoles inherently do not a deck make because they're expensive and clumsy. That being said, this is probably an Eternal, so that's pretty good. Isn't that the Professor? No, because Professor could play 3 of cards. This can only, Professor could only spend 1 of out of faction programs, and then it only had 1 influence. So this is actually functionally relatively different than Professor, but I could see why it looks like Professor. But Professor is better. Just include every NR console and play value. I think that's hard. I think that's genuinely kind of difficult. Just playing 1 copy of each card in your deck is a huge downside that I don't think the upside of consoles makes benefit there. Astrolabe Desperado Value Machine. Yeah, but 1 of each, right? Value. Masterwork to install the next console is silly fun. Oh, that's actually really fun. Yeah. Hope we get your Masterwork down. I don't know. You'd have to look at the whole console suite because there's some really good consoles out there. But like, I honestly don't think you're playing 10 consoles. Like, you're probably playing 5 consoles. Emergent creativity for Masterwork. And you're not even playing Monolith, which sucks. Yeah. That one actually is not as good as probably Awakened Dreamer, which is really funny. Yeah, 1 copy of each. Yeah, so it's not only consoles and 1 copy of every card. That's neat. Unsure Gamble, gain 1D. So that's just roll a D10. I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. That's just as gain Unsure Gamble, gain some amount of money. On average, it's Sure Gamble. It's notably also playable on a different threshold, which can matter. Is this playable? Technically playable. This is technically standard playable. I love that the modified art on Unsure Gamble removes the ring. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, she doesn't have the quantum manipulation ring. Lady Luck took the form of a hi-fi quantum manipulation ring that she left in her other pants that day. Very good. On average, it's 3.5 credits. Yeah, you're on average rolling like 5.5, so that's 3.5. Yeah, it's better than Easy Mark, let me tell you. 0.5 credits less credits than Gamble, unplayable binder fodder. It's good that we can self-identify ourselves. Yeah, maybe it is. Where did these cards come from? Ian. So I've been told NB Kelly made these as April Fools, and they just showed up on JNet yesterday, and they have implementation, which is so exciting because these cards are wild. Chained Cantrip. This card is just cool. Just roll good. Yeah, you need like your gloves that say when you roll a die, you can roll another die instead. Unhinged Event costs nothing. Reveal the top 2 cards of your stack. You may play the first card paying all costs. If you do, in that card as not named, NB Kelly. If you do in the first... Huh? hold on. Reveal the top 2 cards of your stack. You may play the first card, paying all costs. If you do, and that card was not named, it should be was, Chained Cantrip, and did not cost more than the second card, repeat the process. So the idea is you reveal 2 cards. You may play the first cards, so they're ordered, card 1 and 2. You can play the first one, and then you'll be revealing cards 2 and 3, and then you can play the second one, and then you can reveal card 3 and 4, and you can play the third one, and this keeps going on and on and on forever. As long as one card doesn't cost more than the second card, they can cost the same, which inherently means if you build a 2-cost tribal deck, you can actually play your whole deck as much as you might not afford it. Now, the obvious synergy here is with sort. With sort, you can actually sort your deck so that it's guaranteed to just rip through your whole deck with Longsort. Now, that's totally fine too, because this costs 0, so this will be at the bottom of the deck. But actually, you want to do this in the other order, right? What order do you want to put your deck? It has to get cheaper. It has to get cheaper. Ren, how's it going? Is this a frame from Galo Sengen? I don't know what Galo Sengen is. Is what a frame? It's a shame there's no way to sort your deck by cost / yeah, I know. I see quicksort down there, so maybe there's another way. This is busted. I'm actually like really surprised, as much as like we don't want accelerated diagnostics in the game. There wasn't a card like this in the corpse side that interacted with knowledge of the top of the deck, which would have been like good for Epiphany. It would have been good for Nuvum. I can't believe we don't have a card like that. But this is absurd. The first card has to be cheaper than the second, so you have to sort up, which means you have to draw the chained cantrips, which you can set that up. And that means that you have to play economy card into draw card. Well, you don't. Yeah, you could play a draw card. It's fine. Yeah, you could get a lot of actions with this. Equal costs make sense too. So that's the problem, is like this never bricks because this hits equals. Where's Longsort? It's only down here. Yeah. You could build a whole deck around it for sure. That is a very powerful payoff. Last 2, I wanted that one. Play only if you made a successful run on HQ, R&D, and archives this turn. It's 1 influence, costs nothing. Access any face-up or installed corporation card. The fact that this is face-up is kind of important for a subsection of agendas, but this is basically, how is this different than quest completed? What's the difference here? Is it just a quest completed reprint? This is not the original quest card. I got that wrong. You can do score areas? Wait, what? Access any face-up or installed corporation card? You can steal from score areas? You can access ice with a new one? Yeah, you could access ice. It doesn't really matter. There's rules for accessing ice, I guess. It's a different name, so you can play both. What? So you can just take agendas out of score areas. That's probably not healthy. Imp Ice? Yeah, I guess you could Imp Ice with this. I guess you could. Huh? That busted Tom, yeah. It's okay. Is it honestly better than Deep Dive? Why not both, you know? Access your identity, trashes it, wins the game? Yeah. Well, no, you can't access your identity. You can't trash identities because they're not installed, so you can't imp them. But you can access an identity because it is face up. That's weird. Can you access the RFG zone? Yeah, I think you can. I think the RFG zone is face up. It's not installed for sure, but it is face up. You can miss with deep dive sometimes. Yeah, but don't miss, Tom. You can miss with this. You point wrong. You accidentally like take their ice. You don't want to do that. You can access the daily quest that you happen to be conveniently face up next to the table. Daily quest doesn't work that way though. Daily quest very specifically says you only get the payout if you make a run on the server. This comes up because when you pin all daily quests and you forget, you don't get 2 credits. This one's burned into my head. Yeah. So the daily quest interaction doesn't work the way you want it to be, unfortunately. And then finally, quick sort. The corporation, choose one. The corporation arranges R&D in sorted order. The runner arranges the sack in sorted order. Wait, why are there 2 sort cards? Is Daily Quest ever good? Yeah, Daily Quest is fine. Daily Quest is a good card. Why are there 2 sort cards that do the same? Also, Boris, how's it going? The art is so funny on these. The art's really good. A lot of work went into this. It's alphabetical. A to G breaker combo. It's good if this set has like internal synergies that people want to deck build around. So sorted order is alphabetical sorted order? Says who? What about if I want to sort by influence? Why is it alphabetical? The art and I want that one is from a music video from a Japanese hip hop group from 2011. It was ridiculous. Highly recommended. Blind watch with Pat. What's it called again, Ren? Click the rules text. Oh, I probably should have done that before. The corporate ranges R&D in sorted order by name. A's on top. They may look at R&D. The runner arranges the stack in sorted order. A's on top. Oh, A's on top? A's on top? Really? A's on top? Then how am I going to sort this game? Does JNet brick? What happens when you try to sort this? Gallo Sengen by Policeman. Thank you. Got him? Yeah, there's a bunch of Netrunner cards that start with quotations. Like Freedom Through Equality has the quotation marks on it. I know this because someone who's done automation for card art in like motion graphics. This shit's annoying. It's really annoying. I do like punctuation at the end. At the beginning, you can walk away. What happens? Has anyone tried this? Have you ever considered deck building on platforms like Tabletop Simulator? I've considered it as much as I have immediately dismissed it. Because deck building on TTS is very, very slow. It's cool to visually see cards, but I think you actually do a better job visually seeing cards on NRDB, and then you just have more control, right? Like counting how many cards you have on TTS is just difficult. It's difficult. Like TTS is really good. Sorry, NRDB is really, really good at what it does. I'm a noob, so I like it. There's no reason to be like, hopefully that's not an offensive take. I could see why people like it. Some people build on paper on a table and they can move their cards around. That's how I build when I play like Marvel Champions. But for NetRunnerDB, I like to look at a more macro level more of the time. All right, are we playing this? What's the best Awakened Dreamer? How do you build this though? You can't do it on NetRunnerDB, right? So we have 80 influence. How do you do 80 influence and 45 cards? Has anyone built a good Awakened Dreamer deck? We were meant to play Harmonics today. What happened? Hell yeah, hell yeah, you're playing this. All right. I don't know any of the cards are called. What is the one that Awakened Dreamer? Oh, because someone asked yesterday. Lucille asked, does anyone have an Awakened Dreamer deck? And I was like, I don't know what that means. And now I get it. NetRunnerDB has speed once you internalize all the cards. Well, NetRunnerDB also has speed in another way, right? Like, I don't think you have to internalize all the cards. The good thing about NetRunnerDB is that you have the tool set that really helps you deck build, right? Like, just take a second here. If you don't know the tools, this becomes a lot more intimidating. But let's say we're playing startup right now. Say that we're a newer player. We go to startup. We pick, like, it shows you all the IDs you can play. That's really good. We'll build a Sebastio deck. Okay. And now we have to go to collection here. We go to startup. Important. And now it shows us all the events we can play. That's something that I don't think TTS does very well. But then on top of it with Sebastio, we want to be playing connections because Sebastio cares about connections. So that means we can go to the resource tab and then we can type S for subtype connection. That's sick. That's so valuable when building a deck together. I didn't know you can do that. There's so many options to make this so much easier, Tom. If you think NetRunnerDB is clumsy, there's probably just some utility you haven't grokked yet because it's so powerful. So now I can just hit all, unfortunately for startup, it still shows you these mini factions, but now I can open up the tab of all the connections. I can now sort them by influence, right? Like this makes deck building so much easier. And then of course you can open it and see the whole card text. I DM'd you a 3 credits deck, I Awakened Dreamer deck. Okay, thank you, Tron. Regex for life. Yeah, if you don't know any of this stuff, go to syntax. In a bunch of the other deck GDBs, there'll be a drop down here to tell you all these. This is, I wish there was a bit of more tools that showed you what the syntax is, but if you go here, it'll tell you all the operands. The ones that are definitely worth knowing that if you want to internalize now, please just sear these in as much as you can. The things that are important, S for subtype, that makes sense, S for subtype. X is for text. So if I want to find every card that says the word tag on it, I could just do X tag and it searches card text that says tag on it. So now I can find all the resources and all the events that have tag on it so we can start building a sub deck. This is so easy comparative, like it's a small card pool. Now, sometimes there'll be false positives. I don't think we have any here, but you have to watch out if it says sabotage, because sabotage contains the word tag, it'll show up here. So just be careful about that. But these are all the tag cards. It also has this handy thing at the bottom that suggests you cards to see what people do. Like a lot of people are playing sub decks with 3 friend of a friend, right? Sometimes these are broken, but a lot of times they point you in the right direction to be like, if you weren't considering these cards, you have to understand why. Yeah. Cost, O for cost, yeah. O for deck building. I don't think that's the most important one, but the ones that I think you need to know are X for card text and then S for subtype. If you want to go for a certain type of card, you use these things, but technically it works. You could do T for event, but no, that's nonsense. Don't do that. Suggested cards and good, not to forget putting sure gambles in there. Yeah, you forget to put bravados in your criminal deck. Like I've been there. Just look at the bottom. For example, you want some ice for Thunderbolt, just put ice and put an AP and destroyer. Yeah, you can do bar stuff too. So people are doing this. So subtype, I'll do connection. And then I do bar, and then I could do, I don't know, job. And it'll show me the cards that are connections and jobs, if I'm not mistaken. There are none. So there's, you know, sky's the limit a bit, but it's relatively simple. If you ever have questions like, hey, can I do this on NRDB? Ask. Because there's a lot of features I don't think are well advertised. Like, for instance, a lot of people don't know, if you go to the decklist tab, you go to search, and then you go set allowed packed, and then you hit startup, it'll only search startup decks. I can't believe that functionality is that deep buried. That seems like a thing that should be at the top here, like what format you're looking for. And then we can find, here's some recent startup decks. A lot of new players, I think, are missing these functions, which are very, very good. When searching card by purposes would be great too. Econ card draw. Yeah, it's just really hard to say what an econ card is, Bean. It's very, very hard to say what an econ card is. You can largely do that though. It's just you get false positives. Like you can go card search X credit, and unfortunately you'll see all the cards with credit on them, but most of those are econ cards. So going to the deck builder and searching X credit works. Searching X draw is actually very important, and then it'll show you all the card draw cards in startup that let you draw cards. But searching econ is very difficult because some people define economy as different. Like I think diesel is an economy card, sort of. Gain, X gain, yeah, X gain will work. You have to watch out if you do X credit though. Also, any icebreaker with paid abilities will show up, right? Like, because they technically say credit on them, 2 credits. So you do get false positives, but you can just like go to the resource and event tab and search X credit. I still mess up that NRDB doesn't have a quick reference for filters like ArkhamDB. I constantly click syntax thinking it will pop up a little page in the frame and opens a new tab and I get confused. Yeah, Ren, I totally agree. That is a very different thing to ArkhamDB and Marvel CDB that has a little syntax box next to the deck builder that will show you all the syntax options. It's very, very common. Here on NRDB, it opens up this whole menu, which I wish it was a bit more baked in. I mean, by design, it's hard, but NRDB could put a functionality where people can tag cards with some keywords and you search for those keywords. Yeah, I agree. You could. They could. I think it'd also be cool if you could tag your own set of keywords, but that's probably a lot of functionality that I don't know how many people would use. Maybe they would. Maybe that's cool. Okay, hold on. Toronto sent me a list. I just need to pull it up real quickly. An Awaken Dreamer list. Oh. Tron, I only see one list. This is an Awaken Dreamer list. That's okay. Oh, this is Lucille's. Okay, this was shared. This is the one that Lucille shared last night. Okay, so this is from Lucille. Thank you. This is my format of choice. So we have 80 influence of cards, and it's going to do random stuff. I would play more basic economy cards. Just like I don't think we need 3 of these. I don't know why we need 3 of these. So there's a lot of things that I'm seeing right now. The fact that it will just rip up our own board today. But Aesop's Pawn Shop, we have choices in this because it won't do this. Because we do this at start of turn. So we still have control of start of turn triggers. That's nice. It will not crack SMC. This is actually really smart deck building because when they makes a run, we still get control of every paid ability window. So when the run hits, we can use SMC intelligently because that's a big thing. It initiates weird runs, but it gives us the value of deciding what to do, which is kind of cool. All the influence pips. Yeah. This is what, when you build a Nova or a Catalyst deck, this happens. So that's neat. If it installs Muse, we can pull Coalescence. Chesva's not bad. This honestly seems okay. The things to me, like Pantograph is a cool, like this is very smart too, because this allows us to make random chaos to be controlled. Any card that we can use to install the breakers and cards from our hand onto the table that makes sense, that's actually really good for us. Carpe Diem, yeah, Carpe Diem's not bad, because if they play it, we can see our mark and we don't have to run. There seems to be like a lot of really good choices here. I like this a lot. I think pinhole threading is probably not right, because pinhole threading is just really rough because it can fail on like 3 different axes, but maybe there's enough stuff in servers that it always feels okay. Window of Opportunity allows installs too. Yeah, Window of Opportunity does allow us installs too. This one's also really hard because there's sometimes playing this is wrong. Like Window Opportunity a central server, but there's nothing res, right? Like this one is a bit more positional to me. But yeah, that also gets the install, which is kind of nice. The only real one is Sure Gamble, Daily Cast, Dirty Laundry in every runner deck. Sorry, did I miss a question? This is the thing I found most intimidating about deck building from scratch in Netrunner. There's no rules of thumb that you can apply to a lot of decks, a la Magic's suggested amount of lands. I think there is, Kato. I think they're soft, and there's a lot of things that break the rule. I think your deck should be 50% economy. That's it. The basic deck building rule, 50% economy, 25% card draw, 25% icebreakers and win condition, something like that. I think you're right that there's not like a mana base rule where it should be like 40% of your deck. I don't know how mana works, but yeah, 50%. Yeah. Well, check this out. So this is Cobra Bubble's list. 50% is high, but I'd argue a lot of players put too little economy. Money wins games. Okay. So check this out. This is, I want to find, apparently you have to I have way too many tabs open. So this is Cobra's Ashiniko Good Stuff Ashiko deck. Actually, just to be a bit more like, let's pull up the world's winning Hoshiko deck. Sokka, cards used, Sokka, Hoshiko. Deck needs Xanadu? Yeah, honestly, maybe. Okay, so look at this list. This is the most generalist economy list. It's just all the good stuff. So, let me get my tools. I got tools here. Blue, silver will be money. Blue will be card draw utility. Card draw. Let's do card draw. Mind you, we already have Hoshiko, so we have some card draw. But anytime that we go through the list, I'll just do economy for now. We see an econ card, we'll click this. Diesel, non-econ card. Dirty Laundry, econ card. Moshing, econ card. Raindrops, econ card. Strike Fund, econ card. Sure Gamble, econ card. Boomerang, soft econ card. We won't count it. Daily Cast, econ card. DJ Fenris, it is an econ card. Mystic, econ. Paladin, econ. 21 out of 45 cards are econ cards. That's about half. That's what you'd expect. And you could argue some of these. Oh, sorry, Fermenter. 23. Exactly half of the deck is an econ cards. One more than half the deck. Let's look at card draw. Obviously, we have Hashiko. That's actually doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Moshing is card draw. Raindrops is card draw. Steelskin is card draw. That's as far as we're going on card draw. I think I didn't count Miss Bones too, which is, yeah, I missed Miss Bones. Miss Bones is an econ card, so more than half. That's about 10. That's about a quarter of the deck is card draw. That's what we thought it would be. And then the rest is multi-axis, utility, and pressure. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. It's that simple. And you should look at net decks. You should net decks. I had a conversation in person. The same thing I've been saying, that if you want to get better at the game, you should net deck. You should play this deck. Will help you learn what a good deck looks like and what a good deck plays. Diesel's card draw. Did I miss Diesel? Did I miss Diesel? Okay, I did it way too fast. But keep that in mind. About half of the good econ decks are econ. Let's look for the second place deck. Let's look, not Sokka. We'll look at Cable Carnage's Sable deck. So Sable, and then we'll do, I don't know, Mystic, Miami, whatever. It's been hard to get that much econ in startup. Yeah, that's probably true. But luckily everyone has econ problems in startup, so you're doing okay. All right, this is a Sable deck. Let's do economy. Again, 45 cards. Biobands is an econ card. You could argue I'm not going to. Bravado. Dirty Laundry. Diversion of Funds is almost an econ card. It's hard to make it economically viable for you, but I'm going to count it. Sure Gamble. Daily Cast. Info Bounty. Miss Bones. Mystic. No Free Lunch. Paladin Puemo. Chesva. 23 out of 45. Half the deck is econ. That's it. Half the deck is econ. Let me catch up. Piloting and deck building are two separate skills. Using net decks helps you level up your piloting. Big agree, yeah. Hey, Blue Sapphire, how's it going? So the analogy that I know I've made before is playing an instrument. When you learn to play an instrument, you often are given sheet music for an existing song. You sit down and you get the notes for Fur-Elise, and you sit there and you learn how to play Beethoven's Fur-Elise. And why do you do that? For a couple things. Firstly, playing something that's well-oiled and sounds good is fun, and then you get enjoyment out of the game. The same way that playing this deck is fun and well-oiled and is beautiful, and you'll get enjoyment out of the game. But more importantly, the more you play Fur-Elise, the more you learn fundamental stuff that you can use to make your own music. You start putting the thing together and you start realizing, wait, my left hand is just playing relatively simple chord progressions. Oh, I'm doing what is it? An A minor into an E major into an A minor. Okay, we hit the bridge. C into G into F into E major. And then you start realizing, oh, these are the backbones that show up in a lot of pop music. I can do chord progressions like this. And then you start to understand structure. You start to see physical play, the idea that you have to do timing, the section in For Elise where they play the same note over again. You go like this over and over again. And then you realize, wait, the note scripture says I should go 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. And using my same finger to play the same note is super unintuitive, but you realize that's a skill that makes you play on beat. You don't mess by jamming, you go 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and you hit it. And this is another skill you learn from playing something that somebody put out there that is really good, that allows you to become a better player. It's like music. You pick up sheet music, you learn the sheet music. The sheet music gives you something cool to do, but also teaches you skills that are applicable to the entirety of the game. And eventually you're writing music. It's a real thing. I actually start from net decks and then change some cards to make them worse. Yeah. I remember when I took driver's ed and they made a constructed car from scratch first. Okay, game of choice. Okay. Even if you want to play your own nonsense, you'll have more fun if you know what you're doing. Yeah, net decking is the way to build your nonsense. You need to net deck more. It's the truth. Just like you need to go to piano lessons to become a better musician faster. Some people are self-taught. It's not the easiest thing. A lot of people fail more than you'll know because they don't make documentaries about them because they failed. Wow, I got way too many tabs. Let's just close a bunch of these tabs. Just start closing tabs. Making a deck is half the fun. I agree. Making a deck is really fun, but I promise you'll be better at making more fun decks consistently the more you do your homework. If they had this resources to constructing a car from scratch for driver's ed would rule. Oh yeah, I'd argue that we should learn more about constructing cars for better or for worse. I'm not a big car guy, but knowing how the car works seems important. Is Netrunner just an instrument in a trench coat? More at 5. There aren't many known good RWR startup decks yet, unfortunately, but I've been stealing what I can. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we're at an open meta, and specifically for an open meta, you're allowed to build your own nonsense because everyone's building their own nonsense. Why is this 54 cards? Does it behoove us to play 54 cards? Our minimum is 30. I don't have a smart opinion on that. Let's just name this appropriately. I think we also have to make it casual, yeah. I'm not a big car guy, but maybe if I got to build a car in driver's ed, it would be. Yeah, I think I'd appreciate it a bit. We had car troubles again this last weekend. We always have car troubles anytime we drive into Ontario. We had to repair a couple stuff. I really don't find deck building fun, but Netrunner is actually fun from the table too, unlike some of the card games where the game is decided by the deck building and shuffle. Yes, there are some metas where deck building can lose you the game before the game starts, that's for sure. But this is not often one of them. I do think Netrunner deck building is fun, but I get you. Some people are not into deck building. That's totally fine. Some of the best competitive players right now don't deck build, and that's nothing wrong with that. There's two different, it's two skill subsets. I forgot to change the casual again. You make it standard plus? Oh, okay. Awaken probably does enough that you can ignore min deck size. So excited for this. I'm so excited for this. I brought a Mercury deck with 3 copies of Crispy and Skimming to a local startup meetup and unfortunately went undefeated. I believe it. We still have to play the like central inside job central servers thing. Crispy and Skimming, like I can see it winning games. I think bringing the card and saying that card won you the game, that's a harder thing to say. Awakened Memer? Well, it went and gone. We didn't make this deck. We can't change the name. But you're right. Awakened Memer was there the whole time. I only play with my friend, and he has dyslexia, so it's hard for him to read all the cards and make a deck. The net decking really helps. Yeah, I could see that. First 5 mode? Wait, they added first 5 mode as well? For those who don't know, first 5 is from Ashes, in which you can start your opening hand with 5 cards. I would not want to play that. That does not seem great. Unhinged. Hey, Alex, let's go. Tron's slightly too slow. I'm so sorry. Eternal, first 5, let's go. You can win. You can win on turn 1 with first 5, I'm pretty sure. But I think first 5 is different cards, so maybe you can't. Turn off iconic mode. What the hell is that? Oh, we forgot to put a damn Xanadu in here. Oh, iconic mode. Hand, egg, MU, handshakes. That's why it's called iconic. No, we're going to keep that. I see now. I see immediately. This hand is arguably fine. Credits is egg. Credits is egg. Oh, is that Link? Yeah, that makes sense. I can find out what it is by doing that. No, I can't. Yeah, me too. Okay, so you have 3 credits. We definitely should put Xanadu for this meta. I have no doubt Arizon is doing something good here. And by good here, I mean 3 assets. All right, so when we hit this button, 10 things are going to happen. Running HQ? Holy shit, what's going on? Card? Cred egg? Run HQ? We had a descent. Okay. Card? It's a spin doctor. We're putting on so much pressure already. We will not pay 2 egg. Oh my god, you're checking all the servers? You're the best. This is gonna be like one of the new HBS. It's Rashida. Why would you res that? Why not? Dirty laundry? Holy crap. Oh, Stegadon makes sense in this deck. That was a genuinely good turn. That was sick. That was genuinely sick. I don't know what happened, I'll be honest. But we did okay. The wide deck is probably the best matchup. Yeah, it's good that we have a wide deck because there's more things around. Turns out 10 actions are hard to mess up. Yeah, I think bad ice will mess you up. Like, it's up to you to res bad ice. And I think this deck is probably on bloop. This isn't a real identity. I don't know. It's right here on the table. It looks real. So, okay. We somehow have a lot of cards. It's a drafter. This is where things get bad. The Turing test, it sucks that we can't deny credits. So drafter's going to fire. Why did I start with so many cards in hand? Oh, because I drew a lot and I played Diesel. Fantastic. I wish I could see which click I was on. So probably Rashida on the table, which you can just put on ice. The chance of us running is relatively low. Now we can hit the drafter as much as we want. Breach server, steal an attitude adjustment. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Luckily, we took an egg. You can just put agendas on the table. Okay, so as soon as there's an ice game, okay, yeah. I need you to stop doing that. Who said 10 clicks is bad to mess up? Because you can run into drafter 10 times. It turns out it's bad. Build your kick loop. Okay, sick. I don't know if it's hard to pay attention. It's Rashida. Okay, we'll get rid of that. End turn? Yeah. Ooh. Sorry for the jinx. No, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need that, I don't think. Sure gamble. Croter. We have 6 hand sides. We've discarded 4 cards. So T400 we don't need. T400 we don't need. Flip switch is okay because I think we're gonna have to run away from bloops sooner than later. A pinhole is like really nice because it'll pressure the table. Croter, they probably have harmonics. We've seen Descent, which is a code gate. I'm not sure we need Aesops. Why? There's so many cards to play. Why do we run that many times? I wonder how things are weighted. And I think we'll just get rid of Rashida. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think I like Daily Cast better. Running the draft until they had to install everything from their hand. IQ 1000. Yeah, I know. It says May though. We forced them out as much as like they can put agendas on the table. We just won't run them. Like I'm surprised Arizon did not put an agenda on the table. Oh, Jinja, come on. Jinja. Yeah, it seems to be pure random, but Bink, do you think it like, I imagine it does pure random on every basic action that it can legally do. I don't think it counts every single card in hand as having the same weight. You know what I mean? Like, I think it just says we're going to install a card randomly 1 of 5 and then it picks a card. I don't think it's going to be like install flip switch, install stone chip, install daily cast, or like 3 different options. I believe each basic action is equally weighted, and then once a basic action is chosen, yeah, that makes sense. So the fact that we have 15 cards in hand does not make it more likely that we'll install or play a card. Pinhole. Okay, that's sick. That's actually really sick. As much as I honestly don't think trashing the Jinja City Grid is going to matter. The issue here with the pinhole too is that we're very likely to hit a drafter. Are people generally doing standard on Hinge? I don't know, Flip. This is my first game. I'm assuming standard plus, which is everything, right? Or actually, no, standard plus is standard plus on Hinge. Never mind. So funny that even gaining credits for Rashida is still forced to be like reckoned with. Yep. Still the most card draw you can get. I don't want to trash this because it's expensive. But if I trash the drafter, the spin doctor I'll get rid of that. What do we need money for? Oh, wow. We just drew a lot. Shit, this is bad. Coalescence, stone Ship. We can use Stone Ship, but there's no interrupt, so we'd have to do it during a run. I honestly don't want to draw more cards, I don't think. Our friend just keeps drawing cards. Probably don't need the draw cards, yeah. Oh, when Dirty Laundry gets played, we can choose. We can choose what server we run. Maybe we needed more T400s. So we have still 5 breakers and 35. I think we're going to slow down here. Let's do something like that. Where's anonymous tip? We have planogram, right? What is the corp ID? Oh, Jimmy, it just says you have 3 credits. That's all it says. They just constantly have 3 credits. All right, not a lot of choices there. We can't force him to res ice. Run on HQ with Carpe Diem. This sucks. This ability actually is anti-fun to play against. I think if we had an Xanadu, we would just crush the game. But unfortunately, we have no impact on forcing ours onto res ice. It breaks the game in a way that I don't know if I like. Should we run HQ? He probably has agendas in there, but like, what's he gonna do? Yeah, F it. I don't care. We'll find out. He can't res a bloop yet. It's Descent. Okay, great. Install 2 daily casts. Generally good turn, I guess. We have enough eggs. Let's see what he scores out. I'm worried that it's going to be Stegadon? Just off-rolled? No, Midnight. That makes way more sense. Why are you scoring off-rolled and you have 3 credits? Yeah, Xanadu, like, I think he can't res anything besides Descent. We should change the deck a bit. Basic run action. Okay. It's a pinhole. I guess we're going archives. It's a Stegadon. Okay. Terrifying. Shit. Shit. Dude. Come on. Why is it not digital? I guess we flip switch this. DM'd you my other corp deck, but it's way worse than the 3 credits one. Okay, thank you, Dron. I don't want good. I want interesting. I'm gonna flip switch it. F it. I want an Axis. Do whatever you want. What are you gonna do? Install Rashida and a Jinja? Eventually, we have a Revolver, which, like, I guess only breaks Drafter so many times, but we need Axes to win. Fire it. I'm just getting an Axis. We need the SMC on the table. Yeah, we need SMCs. We Revolver through Drafter for 2 and a bullet, which we can afford doing that. We have no multi-axis in the deck, mind you. Like, I think twinning is probably playable. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. A to G breaker? You're right. A to G breaker would be really good. So Rashida's in hand. Jinja's there. We're going to steal an agenda here. I can see Imp in this. Yeah, Imp is okay. Thought you might want to flip a switch. Yeah, me too. I also have to access cards. Like, the remote server, once we get our breakers down, I don't think it's going to be that taxing. The issue now is, like, Stegadon is very, very good into Awakened Dreamers because we do nonsense runs. And, like, doing focus runs is how you beat... Uh-oh, we lost the click. Beat this. I think Carnivore is better with all this draw. I'd be surprised. Virtuoso, mind you. I'd actually play Virtuoso. I think Virtuoso would be okay. We could run Archives, get some value. I think Virtuoso is cool because it makes random runs a bit more focused. Printing, you have 7 points next year, power creep. What about if you have 6 points? We have to figure out how to win. It'd be awful. We have 18 credits. We just can't get our damn breakers down. Value slipstream? Yeah, we probably still need a breaker. Okay. Understanding that we don't. This is actually a huge downside. That this might be strictly incorrect. Because now once we run R&D, we can jack out before the drafter. So the question is this ice worse than anything else? Pinhole. All right. Audrey's okay. I don't think we actually have that good card draw. I think we just drew a lot of things. All right, we have more money than common sense. Why is Stegadon happening now? Oh. What? Well, we got a Corroder. That's a good thing. Window Opportunity does nothing against you. You have 3 credits. That's unfortunate. Muse we want to keep. Window does nothing. Oh, it lets us install a card. That's not nothing. So let's do that. Is it worth cutting down on draw cards because of the chance of spending clicks to draw? I don't know. I don't think so. It's hard to tell. We're too soon in on it, of course. Like, are we even going to run this? Oh, no. I don't know if we're going to run this. It's a rhyme. Wait, that's sick. Window lets you make a run where you want to. Oh, that seems very valuable. You're right. Any run. Yeah, SMC's hit the table. We have all this card draw. We've hit a rhyme. The run loses a credit. That seems acceptable. Jack out. We're window opportuning. Okay. Does Arzon have an agenda? It would have to be an HQ. This is a descent we can't break. I think we have to run HQ. I think he's already used his ability on Stegadon, so we can get an access here. This is an NGO front. No, but how would this be an NGO front? You're playing... You have 3 credits. Is he going to replace our whole hand with... Should I have known better? Am I getting infiltrated? Is this an infiltration card? Like, what is this play? You can use Muse? Yes. Yeah, for sure. What the heck is this? We have no reason to Muse. Well, we could. We could get our whole Breaker Suite down. We probably should. What is this? Okay, so we can install Muse. Muse allows us to get our... I think we wanted a Revolver from the deck. Our decoder is Abisu. I don't think we need Abisu. Cerebral, yeah, but hey, size 6. Cerebral doesn't make any sense with what Arzon's trying to do here, I don't think. I'm assuming this is the new one. Why Muse over SMC? So we can use our SMC during the run. That's my... This is cruel, but for a different reason. Is he shuffling my cards back into my deck? We'll go stack. We'll get... I don't know, Nabasu's fine. I don't know what this is. It's an Ikoa. God damn it. We can't steal Ikoa. He's figured us out. We have no clicks. We cannot steal Ikoas. Should have figured that out. Oh, that's sick. That's going to be a problem for us. Better chance of wasting a click with more servers. Yep. We have... What happens here? Wait, what happened? What? It tried to install SMC. I think I did that wrong. So this should be on the table. Okay, we have no multi-access, so we literally cannot generate enough accesses to win sooner than this will matter. The fact that he has 6 points that are unstealable is going to be an issue. We could win from this, but we would really need to have giving yourself clicks. Yeah, we figured it out. we would need some sort of pressure here. The problem is, like, it will never use Stargate. It'll never hit Conduit. The problem wants you to click programs. Yeah, I've been told that before. That makes a lot of sense. So now we need to make a run on server 4. We are running R&D. This is a magnet. I do not care. So now Stegadon's turned off. We just need to run this. Unless it's the next copy. Stop installing cards. Okay. Hold on. So you just click it. Hit done. Okay, we figured it out. So this is a descent. More like decent. Break code gate and the run. We'll cycle this to get a run event. Nope. I figured out the prompt. That's probably the biggest learning here. I wonder if he's going to afford this ice. It's a drafter. Okay. 2 credits and 2 eggs and a bullet. There's no agendas in here. Probably. Okay, yeah, that was it. That was a play. Second revolver was definitely the play. Oh, we should actually stone ship to get card draw. Okay, we lose. We needed to run that. If we ran that, we're okay. We could still win. Let's... Raccoon is trash? Oh, that's really good. So these are not the cards we want. Those are not the cards we want. Dual wielding revolvers. Awakened Dreamer here. We moved from not having any breakers. Yeah, we have too many breakers. Can't steal that. Insufficient MU. I don't know if I lose an action on this or not. Like, is this a failed action? We're trying again. Okay, we have a chance of stealing an agenda here, but he wins 100% next turn because there's a 3-pointer on the table. Okay, so our money doesn't matter. So break a subroutine. What would we get rid of? I think we're gonna get rid of Muse because it's annoying. What is this noir looking card? Hey, Stab. It's an AI that plays for you. It's very clever. So this costs 4. Good game. This ID is miserable. Single Xanadu beats this though. We should just play Xanadu. I think we need more run events. We can tune this deck for sure. Hey, good game. But yeah, that does not seem fun. We definitely need to play Xanadu. I need that hot Xanadu tech. Obviously, we make this deck a Jaichinyu deck. You know how impossible? Oh my god. I don't know if you need T400. I think there's things you can do it. Was it not fun? I think if we played against an ID that wasn't this ID, I would think it would be fun. Because our random runs, putting pressure on the corporation is actually interesting if it actually puts pressure on the corporation. This ID just like removed the part of Netrunner that is interesting. Where like if Arzan had to decide between rezzing between our like garbage R&D run versus like pushing a remote server, I think we'd actually have something here. That would be fun. It's cool though. It definitely is cool. I think we just need to play more run events because making the targeted run is more important than a lot of this other stuff. Like I don't know why we have no free lunch. Love the ID ability. You just have 3 money. Suffer, I guess. It's funny how that ID ability is bizarre. But yeah, with the Xanadu, there's nothing you res. Yeah. I need more run events, I think. I told you I'll buy the 3 credit ID. No, I believe it. But for what it's worth, I don't think this is busted in standard. Like if I didn't play Awakened Dreamers, I think you can beat this ID consistently even without Xanadu tech. Right? Like at the end of the day, their ice is all under 3 cost, which means like it's not that bad. I don't think it's that bad. I think versus 3 cards would be fun matchup. Random runs versus random cards. Yeah, maybe. I think we'd have to tech it to assets, like play Scrabber or something. Thanks for game, eh? Did I say GG? I didn't say. Oh, I did. Nice. All right. What do we want to do to this deck? The fact that we have no influence means it's really hard to like figure out what makes sense or not. You can go up to 5 with Vovo. I think most people won't be. Want to corp against some nonsense? I don't know if I have time. What time is it? What time is it right now? It's 2? I want to try this one more time. Okay, what made sense? Carpe Diem is fine. Diesel's fine. Dirty Laundry is fine. Pinhole, didn't like it. Sure Gamble, honestly not that important. Window of Opportunity. What are good run events that we can target? Like Bravado is really good. Like playing 3 Bravados at no cost is huge. Why is it standard? Oh, we have 80 influence. It's not infinite, right? So we have Coalescence, ASOS Pawn Shop. I didn't like any of that. I don't think we need that. Chesva's okay, but it seems a bit situational. Jailbreaks are not a bad idea. Yeah, we have no multi-axis, which I think is going to be the hardest thing. Like, how do we put multi-axis pressure in? Jailbreak, mind you, is run HQ or R&D, so it's a bit more targeted on top of that. You have a lot of money there, but I don't think that's a given. I think the gambles should stay. Oh, I don't think we're going to cut the gambles. But the problem is like gambles is actually kind of hard to play on certain board states, right? Like when we don't control your economy. Conduit's really bad because you actually have no way to fire the conduit clickability, right? Like you need multi-axis that doesn't require you to hit that button. Yeah, you just can't use conduit. You can charge it, but you can't use it. Put Unsure Gamble in? Honestly, yeah. I don't know why we're not playing Unsure Gamble. You can play it on 2 credits. Biobands? Biobands is actually really good. Yeah, that's a really good shout. Biobands allows us to give some flexibility on what we're installing and a targeted run. Yeah, there's a lot of cards we can't use because they have click actions. You have to keep that in mind. Trick Shot could be good. I don't think I love Trick Shot because for Trick Shot, like Trick Shot is quintessentially a very situational card. Solid one. Yeah, twinning is a good option. The problem is like we need ways to make twinning work. Currently, we only have Chesva. Judging for random win, it'll never happen. Overclock is also a card that like there's a lot of board states where firing Overclock is bad for you. Inside Job is good. Bravado is good. The problem with Inside Job and Bravado is there's a lot of influence. Alarm Clock could be useful. Alarm Clock is not bad. It's a lot of influence though, but that seems good. Targeted run. Pantograph seems cute. A lot of events could put in some prepaids. So the thing is, playing events is difficult. This is something that we probably have to figure out, that playing 25 events is wrong, is that the chance of you playing a card is less likely than the chance of you making a basic run action. Because it looks at the basic action card, and play a card is one of the basic actions, that is, it's as likely for the AI to make a basic run as it is likely for them to play a card. So having this many run events actually maybe is tricky. You could do Proco? No. Oh, actually you could. Yeah, you could, because Proco is not Laguna Velasco. I just don't want to pay 5 credits for this. Cataloger would work, but Cataloger also won't work because the chance of us running R&D twice in a turn is like very, very, very low. Right? Like we can never click the button. So the chance of us setting up a Cataloger and then running back on the same turn that we can capitalize on it is full random. Q-loop. Hey, Kyle, Q-loop is a good idea. We have to build around it. But Q-loop is exactly the sort of thing that gives you consistency that a deck like this would value. I could see Q-loop being good. Yeah, you'd have to build into it though. With this many programs, maybe we can. Yeah, why not? I think it's making random runs better, right? Aeneas. I think if we're playing Aeneas, we'd actually rather just trash the things we're at running. Aeneas is also like really slow on installs, and if you can't, like, there's a lot of board states where spending a random click to install Aeneas doesn't do anything for you. Probably need Ashen to recycle cards you discarded. Nah, the game will be over before we get through our deck and then play the Ashen. The problem is if we have Ashen, like we're just gonna play like in a non, for what it's worth, 0 influence is cool, but like in a lot of board states, we'll just play Ashen for 5 credits, which is a terrible play. You could do a tiny 30 card Masterwork Q-Loop Boomerang deck. Yeah, actually, I imagine you actually could do something a bit more focused, which is kind of cool. Let's try that. Okay, hold on. Let's build a different deck. This is a cool deck, Lucille. Imp. Imp is a lot of influence. That's not bad though. It's a good way to add pressure to basic runs. Even Maw would be good. Like Maw to add pressure to basic runs maybe is what we want. So new runner deck, Awakened Dreamer, Standard Plus. It is a minimum 30 card deck. It says 45. Oh yeah, it's not 30. Why did it say 30? I don't know. I do not know. It does say 45. Why did we think 30? One of the other IDs is 30, I think. Is there somewhere to look at the uncards? Yeah, Stab. You go to the cards tab on JNet and then go to the drop down for set. It's one of the last options. You can't see the drop down on OBS, but it's unhinged. There's like 24 cards or something. 30 was the draft ID that NRDB used. Oh, that's why, yeah. Because this is Catalyst, which is 30. It's not 30, it's 45. Okay, that's what confused us. Okay, let's build a Masterwork as deck. Awakened Dreamer, Standard Plus. What's it? Turing-complete as. So we should play what we need. So Masterwork is a lot of influence. That sucks. Bravado is a lot of influence. Prognostic, we want a lot of influence. Oh, 30 is not that bad. Q-Loop is randomly drawing cards at awkward times sure is a thing. Yep. But with Masterwork Prognostic, it won't. Let's play Sure Gamble. How bad could this be? This could be really bad, actually. We also don't have the hardware reduction, so like our stuff is going to be more expensive. So we can play Chesva. We can play Paladin Puemo. Into the Depths. Into the Depths is a lot of influence. It's 4 influence. Oh, Boomerangs for sure. We need targeted run events. We're at 45 of 80. Probably go to one things that sit on the table and are good. When they randomly hit Docklands Catalog or Chesva. Yeah, Docklands is good. I don't know how many we're meant to play. Like Wake is fine. We need a Breaker Suite. That's an annoying thing about the deck. We do get 1 credit per turn, same as. Wait, why do we get do we get a credit a turn? Wait, how? A to G? How much influence is A to G? Oh, you get a credit a turn. It's the same as. You're totally right. I totally forgot about that text. That's sick. We gain 1 R. Wake is fine though. Randomly taking 1 damage isn't so fun. It's okay. Like we're so deep into the random tank. There's a chance that Wake is not worth it because it's very likely we're going to install this and just like never run HQ with any sort of consistency. So it's not going to be great. Our Breaker Suite, we'll do 2 Kurapira. We could be a bit more ambitious than Kurapira. We're at 53. So Revolver, oh God, our influence is going way too quickly. Revolver's fine. We're not going to make that many runs. The fact that all these cards are non-neutral sucks. We'll play Flip Switches. Alarm Clock, yeah, it's 4 influence though. I don't know if we are going to be able to. And then what's our Decoder? Cat's Cradle to goof on the The you have 3 credits decks. I think T400 might be good because mem and hand size gives you more options. Yeah, T400 is not bad, especially in our hardware deck. Melandrijum is sick against 3 credit decks too. Oh, Melandrijum's okay. Yeah, I could see that. Abasu seemed decent. Abasu seemed decent. I don't know what the influence on Abasu is. I think Cat's Cradle is actually really relevant to the deck that's running like 3 magnets on the meta. But Abasu's okay. I just don't know how much influence. It's more influence. No, it's the same influence. It's okay. So we have to play a lot of neutral cards. Dirty Laundry. Sure Gamble. I'd run Corroder of Kurapira, I think. For influence reasons, yes. In fact, yeah. Biobands. Yeah, Biobands is really good. Let's do Corroder. It's fine. It's fine. 68 out of 80. Well, we still have some space here. Why only blue influence? Because we're making an as deck. We don't have to only do blue influence. The problem is like we're defaulting to as mode, which is like mostly blue influence, but it doesn't have to be like this. We want to play mostly hardware and programs because of the Masterwork synergy. So just keep that in mind. We don't want to put too many things in here. Class Act is good. He says we're at 83 though. Oh shit. Class Act is way too much influence. I forgot about that. So what are good neutral cards? Overclock is good because we have Q Loop Masterwork. Neutral influence doesn't count against us. Whistleblower, direct access. What does direct access do to you have 3 credits? They actually, it does nothing. Oh, they can't res 2 ice. It's kind of funny. Maker's Eye. I wouldn't be the first to do Maker's Eye. Hear me out, Mayfly. Mayfly is not bad. It's no influence. It's not bad. I think I'd rather, instead of Maker's Eye, play Dockland's what's it called? The one with the kick. What's the kicking one? Window of Opportunity. It's a lot of influence. Window's pretty bad into the 3 credit deck. It does install a card though, which is okay. Hear me out, Atman. Flip Switch still? Yeah, we have 3. We already have them in the deck. What am I thinking of? Jailbreak. Jailbreak seems fine. Wait, is this a deck? Estebrado kick me? Okay, we don't have multi-axis. So do we just play 2 twinnings and call it a day? We're 49 cards. That seems like reasonable. Unsure Gambles auto include. Oh yeah, that's true. That's so true. This seems okay. Like, I don't think we have to play prepaid just because we can't consistently play these cards. I realize that Awakened Dreamer just doesn't have MU. Yeah, it doesn't have MU, so you assume it's 4. Twinning, yeah, throw in some companions. We can only play 1 companion here. Paladin is the one we probably want. So I don't know if we can move influence around to make Paladin more playable. Because Paladin is really good. We're going to install a lot of cards. But we'd have to cut like every window of opportunity. That seems okay. Bonhar? I don't think we want a Bonhar. Because our cards are kind of valuable. No Turtle? Oh, Turtle's a good idea, actually. Turtle might be better than Mayfly. The problem is like, Turtle's really difficult because you can't charge the Turtle with consistency. DJ Fenris. What are we DJing into though? We're not criminal. We can DJ into anything. I think though you would DJ into weird stuff. Like you DJ into Quetzal. I don't know how I feel about DJ. It's a really bad early draw to pay it for 3 credits. Is this doable? Is this a deck? Is this a deck? DJ Reyna? Oh, DJ Reyna is sick. Okay. I'm into DJ Reyna. No, Reyna's a Gmod? Yeah. Oh, all right. I'm through with games. Okay. Okay. Do you add the Xanadu tech? Our Xanadu deck is DJ Fenris to Reyna. Xanadu on its own, Enzo, how's it going? Is like 3 or influence? It's a lot of influence. Oh, it's only 2. Yeah, no, all right. We have Cat's Cradle already for Code Gates, and then we have DJ Fenris. I think we're pretty teched out into it. Buybands being no influence is really good for the deck. I wonder if we want to cut 1 influence to play. I think 2 Paladin Puemos. Oh, we're on 2 Paladin Puemos. Oh, this seems fine. Oh, DJ's no influence. You're right. Sick. 1 pinhole. You could do Echelon over Revolver for the influence. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know if we need to though. I think Echelon's actually really bad. Because like the chance of us having all our breakers down before we're running is like kind of inherently inconsistent. So we just want Revolver, which is cheap early. The chance of us emptying 2 revolvers is like really, really low. That I don't think we want to play a build around breaker. Deuces is not in standard. Technically, these neutral cards should count for influence. I think Awakened Dreamers is coded as neutral, but yeah, I hear you. Neutral is not a faction, it's a lack of faction. Well, you don't pay for neutral cards for influence when you're playing, I think, Nova and Pair. So I think it does work like that. Neutral is considered a faction. I'm pretty sure neutral is considered a faction. Because of like Indian Union Stock Exchange stuff. Should we play Earthrise? I don't think we have enough card draw. Let's try it. Yeah, it's standard plus, so it's standard plus unhinged. If it was Eternal, we would be, the deck would definitely be a bit different. Oh, it's apparently not standard? What happened? If we don't need to pay influence for neutral, yeah, it's okay. Hey, Andre, how's it going? Quick irrelevant question. Can I use Lacoste to put on Charlotte and then use Charlotte to gain 4 credits and draw during the same turn begin window? You totally can. Whenever you have 2 abilities that have the same window, so start of turn trigger, you can choose all of your start of turn triggers in your choice of order. So you can totally Lacoste to Charlotte, then fire Charlotte. The only caveats are, if 2 players have the same start of turn triggers or the same triggers, the active player has to do all of their abilities first. That's not going to matter in this case, but just keep that in mind. If 2 players have the same trigger, the active player has to do all of their stuff in their choice of order first. And the only other wrinkle is, if a card appears during the start of turn trigger, it wasn't there for start of turn, so its start of turn trigger won't fire. But otherwise, you are entirely right. It's a very good combo. How's it going, by the way? Unhinged. From Indian Union NRDB, are neutral cards considered out of faction? Yes, neutral cards do not belong to a faction. Oh shit, you're right. Epilogue is free as well. Epilogue is free technically, but like you do not want to play Epilogue for fun on accident from your hand. It's not a good thing to do. Neutral cards do not belong to a faction. Yeah, okay, wild. But I'm pretty sure they count as... Oh boy. 3 credits probably. I'm going to be in tag hell way too fast. No grid, I promise. Yeah, I think it's just how JNet has it coded. Yeah, I think that's correct. Would Ashen Epilogue be funny? It would be funny, but bad. It'd be a problem. Okay, so card 13614 is actually pretty good. So our hand is Baya, Paladin, Mystic, Boomerang. This is on the cusp of being good. Oh, companions are actually going to be a downside if you don't install companions. Dang, lost a join race. Oh, sorry, Izzy. This hand has companions. I'm realizing companions might be a problem. I'm going to keep it. Maybe we should mulligan into DJ Fenris or Cat's Cradle. 3/5 of Exodia already. Tron's drawing. Isn't there another neutral ID without infinite influence? I don't think so. Shit, let's see what happens. First run Axis. Sick. Damn it. Tron, come on. Baya bans, go in archives. Isn't direct access a totally killer of the 3 credits ID? No, well, only it matters if they have 2 ice. Because they don't go to 0 credits, they go to 3 credits, they spend it, then they go to 0, but then once the run ends, they go back up to 3. So it doesn't really do anything. Yeah, you need Swift to gain the clicks. Yeah, Swift actually would make sense. Unfortunately, that's not this deck. So now we can choose to install Paladin. Yeah, we cannot steal Ikoa, Izzy. We learned it when Alex just put them on the table. If you want to rewrite the rules to let you steal it somehow, it'd be chill with that. It's super broken. Yeah, it's not great. Install a card paying 1 less. Let's get down Paladin. Because we have things to install. All right, we're just running back. Love it. Should have left archives undefended. Okay, this is, I can't tell. It's Echo. That's a problem. Wish we were on Cleaver. Stop running. You need Whistleblower, but I get booed when I suggested it. Yeah, but Whistleblower can't steal from Centrals, right? What happened? Oh, this is going to be bad. Oh, God, this is terrible. Oh, we're cooked. So we have no programs. So the bloop was res for free, deresing the other free card. Why did I pick the 3 credit ID? It's miserable. Wouldn't we rather want Prognostic to control our installs? I think you're right. Yeah, prognostic sooner than later is better because we actually get installed from the top of the deck. Setting up is more important than this. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, that's a mistake. This is the support harmonics needed. Infinite money. Yeah, I know. This is, oh no. One of those is an Aqua, if not both. So if we run into bloop enough times, we die. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. Did it just use Paladin and didn't even ask us? Did it just use Paladin? Wait, did Paladin not charge? What happened to Paladin? Unsure gamble, unsure gamble. Paladin hasn't triggered yet. When is Paladin going to trigger? Is Paladin just not going to trigger, Frank? His ID should be something like have 10 clicks but a random. And that way you can steal agendas, break buy rates. Yeah, I agree. Paladin charges at end of turn because your ID is a start of turn. But why can't I do my start of turn before this start of turn? Is it just not coded right? Shit. Well, all right. Well, let's not take core damage, I guess. So we're going to shuffle the deck, so we're not going to be drawing into 2 unsure gambles. Because Jaina told you no. I wish it asked. Yeah, that sucks. Hypoxia. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, Paladin now gets one? Thank you, Paladin. Last game, the daily casts were triggering at the end of your turn. I didn't realize that, yeah. You technically can choose your starter turn triggers. Apparently Awakened is not letting you do that. Oh. Ugh. Yeah. I said this before. I'd like this if our random runs actually financially tax the corporation, but the fact that they have no financial implications on the corporation makes this so much less interesting. So it's Masterwork into Chesva. So we're going to use Prognostic. We're going to reveal a Masterwork. It'll draw a card. We'll use the credits from Pally. It's a Bastir Boga. We have to trash that. It's a win condition. Choose an iced server to run. I guess we do the one that doesn't hurt us. That being said, the alarm clock is really good. Wait a second. Jaina gives free influence. Jaina take it away. Start a turn triggers. So I think we do R&D here because we can't lose the alarm clock. So we run R&D. We'll install the alarm clock. This seems functional. Okay, Echo at 2 doesn't matter. Now we're running server 4. That's good. It's a new card. It's a gank cell. Uh-oh. Oh, we can't even click through gank cell. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I wish we had 10 clicks. I think this would be much more interesting if we actually had 10 clicks. Is alarm clock good? Yeah, because it means we can run HQ once. Oh. Alarm clock is really bad. It's an end of turn trigger and we have no clicks. Oh my god, alarm clock is actually really bad. Why can't I trash it? Oh, because the order is weird. What? What happened? Oh, I can't trash it. Infinite gank loop. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, this was another run. Oh, I just ran it again. Okay. So I gank looped myself. Okay. This is going to be good. Like, why wouldn't you res? What is this? This needs like 1 second delay between actions for eligibility. Yeah, I can't tell what's happening. Like I'm not reading the log. I'm just letting it happen. If it had 1 second to tell you what's happening, yeah, it'd be much more clear. I think that was the line. Alarm clock didn't go. What? It allows us to do it? However, with alarm clock, very specifically, we can't spend 2 clicks. So alarm clock is terrible. Yeah, we were... Okay. That was cool. Oh, before you lose the clicks. Oh, it was sick. Oh, because when your turn begins, you lose all clicks. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, it's sick. It's sick. It's sick. It's sick. I'm back in. Okay, we'll do it next turn. We'll say that we're playing around it. So this is an Aqua. The problem is we're going to lose twinning to Gank cell. This is probably gank cell. We're running archives. Yeah, you did it 4 clicks there. Yeah, so totally true. So it's a corroder into prognostic. So we're going to use, God, my opinion on this format is changing so drastically between turn to turn. I'm going to use prognostic to pay to install the corroder. Oh, I have no money. I literally cannot afford the corroder. Oh, this one's on me, I guess. So now I'll install the corroder using this credit. I have another credit, Chesva credit. There's a Vitruvius in there. Okay. It's either great or terrible, no in between. Yeah, welcome to Rebelling Without Rehearsal. Could you steal Equa with alarm clock? Yes, we could. But it has to be an HQ. Andre has become one of the trick shot balls? Wait, what do you mean? Look at me, I got clicks. This is so cool. So we'll not masterwork. We could to cycle the Chesva credits. I don't think we're gonna. So it's a bravado into unsure gamble. No. Yeah, yep. I appreciate it. So we'll spend 2 hand symbols. We'll see 2 cards. Let's go. Bass. Uh-oh. O2 shortage. Okay. Docklands, yeah. And 1 more. O2 shortage. Uh-oh. Insufficient MU because Mayfly is coming down. I'm going to refuse to install Mayfly. We have to discard a card here. 2 cards even. Okay. Just got back from shoveling the surprise April snow. Looks like peak Netrunner. It's definitely doing something. However, if we ever run that gank cell, we're in a real bad spot. There's no way around that. So do you slot like amped up into this deck to gain clicks? Yeah, you could. You could. R&D could be magnet that you can't res. I think it might be. Yeah. Masterwork. We did this in the wrong order. It's fine. Our money's not good. Sure, game with the overclock. Our money's really not good. Spend 2 hands. See, end of the line. Uh-oh. O2 shortage. We've checked server 7. If it's a gank cell, we're cooked. It's an Iqua, you son of a... Stop installing the Mayfly. Okay, Mayfly was bad. Mayfly was not good. We can now run R&D. Install a piece of hardware. We have free money. Free money. So we're going to cycle the Masterwork. You can do this, right? Is there a window where this is not a problem? Is there a window here? Yeah, Veronica, this is random actions. This is that Awakened Dreamers. 10 basic actions random. Are you allowed to cycle it? Someone says yes, and then someone says no. The fact you can never see Iqua on the table is rough. Yeah, I know. You can? There's 2 no's and 1 yes. I think overinstall on console, you go down in MU. 1 is you can, 2 is you can't. Overinstall console, you do not go down in MU. I'm just going to hope for the best. Jailbreak's good. Could be wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure. I was a drafter the whole time. Why didn't he res it? So we're going to see 2 cards here. What should we use? Technically, we should use the overclock first. O2 shortage. Cerebral overrider. Uh-oh. Get out of there. Running on to Iqua could work. Just need some RNG magic. Yeah, it's possible. The Corp ID, you have 3 credits. That's all it says. You have 3 credits. They just always have 3 credits. Could you see Iqua from the table with a whistleblower? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Honestly, yeah. If we keep playing this matchup, we should play it. So Tron's not trying to win. Tron's set up some sort of combo, which I appreciate that. Alarm clock HQ. It's Paladin Puemo. Wait, what did this do? Trash? Why is it in the deck? Oh, we're playing 2. We're genuinely playing 2. Into DJ Fenris. Okay. We also can roll Sable and then run our mark and get a click and run the Iqua. Yeah, we actually can. We can steal with a DJ Sable. End of the line. Vitruvius, okay. Choose a server to run. We're running R&D. Continue encounter. Pichachon, yeah, deja vu. There's a couple ways to do it. I don't know what happens, whether like it gives you the clicks in the middle, like it waits for you to do them or not. We actually could not steal Aqua here. But we could do enough damage. We know where a bunch of the Aquas are. So we're seeing 2 cards here. Wave, spin. I don't think we trash the spin. We need our money. Bass. Paladin, choose an iced server to run. Ugh. Ooh. It's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh god, why do we have a run central server button? I don't know which action this is. Well. Turing-complete. I'm gonna go R&D here, I think. Bravado's not great. Yeah, but you know how much money we're gonna get off this? 4 credits. It's sick. Just take 2 core. It trashes programs. I'm worried about that more than the core damage. Yeah, the programs that I don't care about core damage. Let's see what happens. Jack out. It happened. We have a chance. We have a chance of stealing it. The problem is we have to run our mark. We're kind of set up. We can win it. I have no idea how this works, but maybe I'm coming for the Aquas. So there's an Aqua on server 2, and I think server 6 or server 7 is an Aqua. First click cerebral. Yeah, I'll die. Spin Doctor, wait, where's this happening? Oh, holy, did you know there's this many servers? Were we in blissful ignorance that it went like this? I had no idea this was happening. Okay. Paladin now is offering first. No idea why that is. Sable will find our markets HQ. No. That was the bad ordering because you lose the clicks. The click we're going to get to Sable, we're going to immediately lose when Awaken happens next. Yeah, I knew. So we can't run HQ anymore because alarm clock. Yeah, we have to skip alarm clock. Ugh. Do the Dreamer? Yeah, but then there's no point because we don't have clicks to do the thing. Install Corroder? No. Okay. Don't you do Awaken and then Alarm Clock? The problem is that once you do Awaken, you lose all your clicks. So Alarm Clock would be good because we just break it. Yeah, we did it in backwards order. We'd have to just like shoot the bloop. You're totally right. We should have just shot the bloop. Yeah, break the ice with breakers is correct. Yeah, so that's on me. That's on me. Let's look. I think we're gonna masterwork the T400. Do we need to keep snare cards in hand? I think we want to keep cards in hand. Yeah, I'm not gonna masterwork. Flip switch into boomerang. That's actually really important that we can panic flip switch if we don't shuffle. Oh yeah, we could do it. We could do it good there. They can't afford snare. That's true. They can't afford snare. How are they snaring with 3? I don't know. Whoa. I think I'm happy with them drawing that. No, it's technically a net damage. They res it for free. Yeah, we'll trash it. Drafter. That's not good. Stop running the drafter. I think we let this fire. Our only chance of winning is getting through the bloop. Immediately once we get through the bloop, we don't care about text. A server 2 cerebral? No, I'm pretty sure we know this is an Aqua. Not sure Revolver's the killer. This is a game for ants. Revolver's been okay. It's generally been okay. Like breaking drafter for 2. Imagine we broke it for like 4. You tell me about it. Needs more Mimic. Yeah, Mimic won't deal with bloop though. I'm just gonna let this fire. I don't care. Just running HQ is not enough. No, we have to run HQ and then run this. So it's unlikely, but like if we had a targeted run event like Dirty Laundry, we could make it happen. And mitosis from archives to HQ. Okay, I don't want to deal with that. Stop installing the corroder. I'm not sure what's gonna happen here. Stego. You can't get clicks with Sable? Why not? Why can't we get clicks with Sable? I think we can. So now the issue with the bloop. Okay, so we can deal with the bloop. There's only drafter. We can boomerang from the top of the deck into this. As soon as we hit start a turn and draw, we can't do it. So we need to do Awakened Dreamer first. Then we have to Alarm Clock HQ, break the bloop, gain a click. But then if we have a click with Sable, we actually can't steal this. So we need to run HQ at some point during the run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Prognostic. And I'm just going to get a boomerang out on this thing so that we don't have to worry about it. I have credits? Oh, I have credits. Masterwork draws. Boomerang goes here. Okay. So Bravado's really good because if the AI plays Bravado, we can force HQ run. So we are going to Paladin. We are not... We might as well Alarm Clock HQ, right? Oh no, but Sable is the first time each turn, so it will eat that trigger. So we won't Alarm Clock. We'll Sable first, I guess. It's still HQ, cursed. Alarm Clock will say no, I think. And now we have to choose an ice server, HQ. Okay, if we just have a run event in our hand, we can now run server 2 and win because we'll get a click after this. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll get a click. So Prognostic, we can Masterwork. Okay, so with Masterwork, we will install the flip switch, drawing a card. It's for 2. The top 2 cards of the stack, we have Revolver and his Dirty Laundry flip switch. If we can just figure out how to draw this Dirty Laundry, we can run server 2. So we just need to draw this Dirty Laundry or randomly run the right server here. So we're the flip switch. If we boomerang, we'll shuffle. We don't have to shuffle. We could shuffle. We're not going to shuffle. So I'm going to break this and then I'm going to Revolver. Oh, hold on. Did I pay 4? I did. So I'll just take 2 from this. Just recurring credits or charts. Okay. And then I'll break a Sentry Subroutine by raccooning the card. Okay, we should get a click here. Who knows what happens? I will see all of HQ. Probably shouldn't have done that because I'm thinking he's setting up combo cards. Shuffle Boomerang? No. We actually have a click. Okay, so it's still playing the game even though we have a click. Install Corroder? No thanks. Install Corroder. Okay. Did we do it? Do we know where it is? Server 7. I think we figured it out. I think we puzzled our way out of it. Oh man, GG. Yeah, we figured it out finally. Respect for not just scoring out. What's the combo? Yeah, Toronto could have closed the game out like 3 years ago, but we had to draw into all that. We gained 105 credits. Or spent 100. I just closed it. We gained 96 credits. We spent 105. So our economy was okay. Distributed O2, O2, O2 hypoxia. So it will just suffocate us. Oh man, I suddenly learned work on blocked YouTube. Yo, Bloody, how's it going? Hopefully your work productivity is still good. What's on the table? Andre Hair's, I know my hair was really wild at the end of that. It took a while to make that make sense. So Cerebral Overrider in server 6 doesn't do anything. There were some basses on the table. They got trashed. Apparently there was a point in archives, which, yeah, okay. And then server 8's another agenda. It might be an Ikoa. I think we can remove the sure gambles. Maybe? Did we play? The thing is, like, the log goes so fast. How much did we gain from playing unsure gamble? I couldn't even tell. Did we not play an unsure gamble? Hold on. Did we make any money off unsure gamble? We played one unsure gamble. We played one unsure gamble for 2 and we gained 3, so it's click for credit. That was the only unsure gamble we played all game. Gave us click for credit, but it got a card out of our hand. Yeah, that makes sense. GG, that was wild. I don't like this ability at all because it makes pressure not good. And the fact that like we just poke everything kind of wantonly would legitimately be fun into like a standard deck to see what we could do. The fact that they res everything cheaply means that our pressure is like not that important. It's worse for us. And I think this would be more fun into something else probably. But yeah, Ick was a hell of a drug. That's for sure. Oh, damn. Yeah. Wild. Really interesting. Really, really interesting, this one. That's for sure. Got time for one more. Ooh. I think I do. I think Izzy maybe wanted to play one, though, Tron. Let's see. We even saw Harmonics. Yeah, the Harmonics were good. We gotta try against a non-3 credit corp deck. Yeah, I know. Just on the wrong side of the table. I don't know if I'd like that. Maybe I would. Okay. On the corp side, though, like, what is actually worth playing in this? I mean, I'm going to change the name of the stream. It's currently called Harmonium. I have to change it. So if you see the stream with a different name, it was this one again. Imagine running 10 times in a row into a Nancy. Yeah, no, that's going to be a problem. I've got a runner deck. I don't have a corp deck, though. Standard plus. Hold on. No, that's not what I want. All set. Unhinged. So, like... Is there a corp deck we can build really quickly? Simply be good enough to randomly choose the right service to run and when? Tell me about it. Like, which of these scream deck building? I just have corp. Okay, Izzy, I can play one against you. I just have to play the same deck, if that's okay. Tron, you want to do one after, maybe? Newer Angel's Soul is easy? I don't think it's actually that easy, because you have to make it make sense for you. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, Izzy, do you want to host? I'll join. I'm cool with that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Want a Longsort deck? Yeah, Alex, I'd be interested to see a Longsort deck. I just want to play one more of this because this is actually like kind of my jam. Like an Az deck. It's kind of my jam if I can't control it. I'm not going anywhere. Hey. Just add sync rerouting to assets? Yes, but I don't want to do that. Like, it still needs to be fun. I don't want to build prison. Oh, it's prison. It's built to last. It's prison. Alarm clock, sick. Rest of hand, not very good. This is a certified pile. Untest, all right. I just victory missiled someone? Get out. Did it flatline or was it just for the points? We could die to victory missile because we can't control cards in hand that easily. So I don't know if we like this hand. I'm going to mulligan, I think. Well, mulligan. That's, I think, a bit better. Hopefully we don't jailbreak into something terrible. Best of luck, have fun. So built the last again, assuming advanceable ice. I don't know if it's advanceable traps too. An entire round win in one game. 3 cards with Anoetic. Oh, yeah, but you have to, yeah, 3 cards with Anoetic is tricky. But I think like 3 cards, unfortunately, just like incentivizes asset spam. And then, yeah, you could do infinite Anoetic. Okay, are we ever going to run the right card? Tune in right now. So what do we do? Install Mayfly, we're jailbreaking. Okay, I want to go after the Spin Doctor with 1 card discarded. I think I'm going to go to R&D. I don't know if Izzy kept multiple agendas. Maybe keep 1 agenda. We'll go R&D. It's bad because Izzy can break lock, but whatever. We have a Mayfly, it's whatever. Wall to wall, we can't afford that hedge fund. Uh-oh. This could be good. This could flush a Spin Doctor, so our lock on the top. DMG a Longsort deck on Discord, thank you. What was the rest of our turn? That didn't feel like enough. We sure gambled. That's okay. We have to discard a card here. Our hand is good. Is Jailbreak the worst card here? Bravado's unplayable for a while. Let's see if Izzy just has like, she's going to add our Mayfly to her score area. To her score area. It was I who got missiled. It was Awakened Dreamer. It does make it easier, yeah. Okay. So this is probably an agenda. We beat this by either boomeranging it or mayflying into it. We have a couple ways of beating this. That helps. Now please run it. Oh my god, the bravado is so good. I have to run this. I have no choice. Oh, this is sick. This is really sick. We had no idea what they drew because we did a shuffle. You kind of don't want to, well, you kind of want to res this because the boomerang like is important. It's an Atlas with a counter. Holy crap. Flip switch, boomerang still on the table, Archer off the top deck. We could die to tribute summon Dragon Missile. The AI did really good there. But like that's a cool thing is we're forcing the AI to do the thing we want to with like cards like Bravado and Boomerang, I guess. What am I watching? Turing-complete Netrunner. Just the AI figuring out the best plays. ZF, yeah, we died to ZF too. T400, we just need cards. We don't have a lot of card draw cards. Our deck has no card draw cards besides Masterwork. You see, this is why you have to res, right? Because you have to force the boomerang. But Izzy didn't have that much money. Rashida, nice. Yeah, I'll shuffle. We could die to this. You should be more careful. Yeah, what was our hand? I don't remember what was my hand. I don't remember. Was our hand a Croter? What was our hand? He's beginning to believe. It was Croter. Nice. I'm getting rid of that. Running R&D? You should believe is really funny. Logjam. Uh-oh. It's a logjam again, I think. That could have been a cerebral override. It could have been anything. Like, we died to so many. Like, there might be clearinghouse in this deck. We just need more card draw in the deck. Server 4 is a spin doctor, which we are immediately running. Thanks for the expose. Now, that means she's not drawing a logjam, so our 2 runs in R&D don't matter. We drew a DJ Fenris. DJ Fenris into Quetzal might be right for Treeline, because then we ignore Treeline and we ignore the face check on logjam. I don't think we have to worry about Aqua. I think DJ Fenris into Quetzal here is correct. Yeah. Install Quetzal. Install Quetzal. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is sick. What's going on? Quetzal Manji breaks 1 barrier turn. Just good stuff. Running archives, thank you. Oh, okay, archives again. Way too fast. End turn. Die to a lot of things here. Your hand is in RFG zone? Oh, yeah, right. It's right here. Yeah, you're right. Our Croter's up there. Second ice, sick tech. One of these probably is an archer. But Quetzal's really good here. I just wish we had more card draw. Class Act is 5 influence. Advance. Oh, okay. Take clicks. I will alarm clock HQ. She might have an agenda in here, mind you. She's on 44, I think. You suddenly have an alarm clock? Yeah. Oh, there's a Mayfly. You're right. There's a Mayfly. Yeah. We have good breaker. No action. Audacity. So we can just die to ZFs out of nowhere. Masterwork's on the table now. That's good. I don't know what click this is. Border control. Okay. Please. Dirty laundry. I'm going to do server 3. I think it's important that we just run the targeted thing. We can die to a lot of things here. If our revolver gets node, we're in a bad spot. Border control. Okay. So we're not getting, we have to force her to crack the border control here. The problem is it's going to cost us a lot. We don't want to give her money. So we lost the dirty laundry here. It's okay. So we can't get back in, but if she cracks the border control, she doesn't have money. So she could like technically audacity out 4-2. We installed the revolver. We ran this. We could die. We installed the Dawkins pass. Okay. We could die. Not having cards is pretty risky here. So let's see if she scores out and out of the counter. Above the law? No, our friend. She has no money. We have Dawkins pass. Alarm clock HQ. Mayfly the tree line and save Quetzal. Oh my god, you're right. We could have broken multiple things. Yeah, I thought it was only one time. You're right. We could have broken multiple things. It didn't matter on that turn, but that was strictly the play, yeah. Atlas, logjam. Okay. We're running archives for fun. We're running the remote server for fun. She's going to get a credit on this. Well, she liked that. Install the Croter. Okay, we died at top deck as Yef. Please just draw more cards. We don't have enough card draw on the deck. Masterwork is coming down, but we don't have, like, we need the prognostic to give us some control. A Ches would be good too, but like we can win the game now. Alarm clock HQ. She has to consider rezzing, but she's trying to get the logjam money. This might be an archer. It is an archer. That's a really rough res. Well, for us too. Luckily we have flip switch and alarm clock, but now running is actually a liability because it can just eat our breakers. Audacity into audacity. Stop running archives. Okay, it's safer than HQ. Nice. Flip switch, draw a card. R&D, sandstone. Stop running archives. Ooh. I think I'll flip switch this. It's kind of expensive. I think flip switch here is fine. Please stop running things. This is the kind of ice you need in the format against Awakened Dreamers because you really punish just like bad runs. Okay. All right. She needs a second ice on HQ, but as soon as she does that, she turns off the archer. She has a lot of work to do. I think we might just grind herself off into the archer though. Grind herself down. 34 cards, we're not drawing a lot. We only have to hit the basic action. Did we know what she drew off the top? Sandstone, border control, audacity, logjam. That's her entire hand. Good access. It's worth 1 point to us. Choose a server to run, R&D. Hedge fund, she can play that. Have we installed the hardware? No, so I will install this to cycle. Okay, I need you to stop running stuff. Sick. Genuinely sick. I love watching Awakened Dreamer so much. I was enjoying playing it, but having some other pilot suffers. It's really funny. Genuinely hilarious. So she has Hedge Fund. We don't know the next card. So she has Logjam, which this is sick. This is really good for us because we're not going to crash into that. So that's probably the Logjam. That actually is one of the best things we could ask for us because we can still Alarm Clock HQ, force a res. Yeah, it's a Logjam. She can gain 2 credits off of that. We're not going to bypass that. But now we don't have to worry about Archer. So like putting your Archer behind ice is actually really, really rough. She might have drawn an agenda there. But I think we're just going to let that fire. Does it skip the install random action if you have no cards in hand? I don't honestly know. Biobands, R&D. Breach server. We'll draw 2. Install card paying 1 less. It's probably the Chesva. It's a hedge fund off the top. So she has a hedge fund in hand. We've installed a second Cat's Cradle. They stack. Cogates are it's a 6 credit res on a Hordem. Choose a server to overclock. It only considers legal actions. Yeah, it seems to be the case. We have a prognostic in our hand we want to install. Overclock. Logjam costs us 6. Archer costs us a lot. I think we're just going to send this into the void. So we'll run R&D. So we can use Masterwork to install prognostic using these credits. And then we can use prognostic to use these credits to find a boomerang. That was surprisingly good. We'll put the boomerang on, not on the Logjam, probably on the tree line. She has to score out somehow. Yeah, that was actually like kind of good. We should play Concerto in this deck, no joke, just because it's a run event that draws cards that we can target. That was like wacky. Like it was like, how do you make an overclock good on generalist board states? The answer is this late game Azlarig. It's turn 10. The thing is legit winning Worlds next year. Oh man, this is so cool. All right, take clicks, run H. We're not gonna alarm clock. Prognostic, top 2 of the stack is overclock into Biobands, so those are not very good. So we're gonna lose those. Good luck us. Okay. Jack out. This is the good run. This is what we want. We want to draw our second twinning in 22. It's a sandstone. Fantastic. Something we can carve down. 4 is a bit, but we could win at any run, and we got 2 saved on it. Fuck, that was good. GG. Some of those turns were legit wild. Yeah, I think she can't res their Archer, which makes the alarm clock really, really good and really bad. But yeah, some of those turns were legitimately very good. Yeah. You don't have AZF, do you? Yeah, I was pretty scared. Mind you, this is our last corroder. So once this breaks, like we have ways to deal with barriers, but okay, we got through that. Oh man, it's really funny because like even if this, I want to see what this does against a standard legal deck, like just a good standard deck. Just money, ice, and intellectual property. No money that game though. Yeah, I think I saw like 2 hedge funds. This proves that Netrunner is not a skill game. You just need a good deck. You don't need a good deck. You need 10 actions, and then like 5 of them could be terrible. Is Reprise good in Awakened Dreamers? What's the condition on Reprise? No, it's not. Because the chance of you stealing a agenda on the turn and then the ID playing this is super, super low. Like you just can't have cards that are only accessible because like you need to steal an agenda on the turn, and then after that it needs to hit the play card button, and then it needs to hit this card. For what it's worth, actually having low cards in hand forced them to play the cards that we consistently had. Not more likely to play a card, but most likely to play the cards that we could play around, arguably. The tree line kept running through my economy. Losing Quetzal was rough. On like turn 2, Boomerang had one option, and then it just ripped the Bravado, which had one option. That was absurd. Yeah, the Boomerang into Bravado is so wild. Reprise can be good to protect against damage. I don't know if you want a card that you keep in your hand to play around damage. Like, you'd probably be better off playing Stone Chip, right? Like, just any sort of card draw manipulation card. Should play Casino Dreamer with all the take core damage events? I don't think I know what that is. Want to run to PD? Yeah, actually, I don't want to run into PD. I think we'll get crushed. We don't have Pinhole, but I want to try it. It's hard to follow what's going on against a runner. 10 actions a lot if you don't pick them up. But yeah, I'm not even... Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not... I can't say I knew what was happening. They do happen. Oh, Nana's trying to get out. 1 second. Okay, you can go. Oh, careful. She was like scratching at the doorknob. She has some idea how it works. Thanks for the game. Yo, Axel, you want to body me with some PD? Casino is in C if you suddenly die from playing a bunch of core damage events. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could try this against PD. I think we'd want Pinholes into that deck. Like, what have we learned? Absurd. Yeah, absurd is, yeah, I agree. Totally absurd. Really funny absurd. The PD deck, like the fact that we can't deal with the 5/3s is going to be an issue. There's no way around that not being an issue. And we're going to be, yeah, NBNP is going to be really mean against us. So if we wanted to tune ourselves to be good against PD, we would probably want to play Pinholes. We can play one Pinhole. We have influence. Imagine not using all 80 of your influence. So what's better than Pinhole? Corpse side feels harder and unhinged just because the agendas are faction locked, less fun things you can import. Yes, and I imagine like trying to do something better than the 3 coster thing is kind of difficult. Can't play an unhinged idea and unhinged agenda in the same deck, yeah. My car claws my laundry hamper. My cat claws my laundry hamper to communicate she wants to exit the room. Weird, but it works. One Pinhole. Okay, we made the deck better. Mystic and Twinning feel underwhelming. They do honestly feel underwhelming. They're like quietly okay, but like you can't tell what's going on. I think Logic Bomb has merit, yeah, but it's 5 influence. But you're right, in the format where you don't have clicks, it's really, really good. I could play like GFI or something that's still good. Yeah, maybe actually we should. Just play another 5/3. Whatever is legal in the format. You randomly click for credits a lot, so econ isn't too bad. What do you mean, Alex? Like, you don't think you need econ because you just end up clicking for credits? Not 5 influence for Awakened Dreamer, it's neutral? No, Logic Bomb is a Atom card. It's not neutral. Yeah, it's 5 influence. Yeah, that one's easy to miss. This is an Atom card. For a lot of players who are in Standard right now who don't know the mini factions, yeah, this is surprising, but it is Atom. These stuff like Paladin and Mystic. Yeah, there's one card, I think, for every mini faction. There's Logic Bomb, there's Reboot, and then what's the Sunny card that's still legal? The hats are still legal, I think, white and black hat, so maybe it's more than one card. I think Algernon's also still legal. Yeah, so there's a couple cards for each faction that are still legal. So there's probably another Apex card that's legal. The one that flips cards, I think. Consume, yeah, Consume. Oh, not flips cards. Yeah, Consume's actually really good. I was thinking of the other one that also probably still in the game as well. Assimilator. Yeah, Assimilator's also still in the game. So there's a couple, right? Reboot's still in the format, right? Assimilator. Yeah, okay. Hard to keep your econ up when you install random cards from your hand at a time. Yeah, I know. Actually, you want to do it? Let me know when you got a game up if you want to host. What would we play, though, if we don't play Companions? Office Supplies? Yeah, Office Supplies, you're right. So there's probably 3 for each faction. 2 for Katara, 1 for Rain and Reverie. That tracks. So it's Office Supply, the 2 hats, Algernon, Logic Bomb, Emergent Creativity, probably? Is Emergent still legal? I think it is. Yeah. And then it's a simulator, consume, and reboot. Find the Truth isn't. Find the Truth came out in the same set, like right after Adam, which is a bummer because this card would actually see play without Adam. Game up, thank you. Yeah, I think we should probably cut the companions. I don't think they're worth it. Let's go. Mind you, we shouted this out earlier. Axu's streamed. They'll come to EMEA just this weekend. You can check it out. It's on Axu's YouTube channel. Link will be in the description. Okay. Cat's Cradle, Sure Gamble, Mystic Pin, Albaya. This hand's good enough. Maybe we should mulligan into our console because having a draw engine is pretty good. Axu kept. Hedge Fund, Ice HQ. I wonder if Diversion's worth something. Probably not. This is the play you make anyways. He's not going to res though, but if you put something in the remote server, that's my starting turn. Okay, running HQ, we've drawn a bit. Let's see a Gatekeeper. That's fine to get that out of the way earlier than later. Cat's Cradle, we'll break it down for 2. Office Supply is the most underwhelming use of 5 influence. It's not that bad. We'll run R&D here. Did he shuffle back? I just don't pay attention to chat log. Draw 3 cards. Resolves 2. Shuffle none back. Cat's Cradle's on the table. We'll probably draw 2. Stall card paying 1 less. So Mystic makes some sense because we can play Unsure and Sure Gamble next turn, hopefully. Steal an Offroll. Damn, we're good. Choose a credit. Mystic immediately got value. We did not play an Unsure Gamble. This was a good start. I mean, okay. That's turn 1. We force an Ice Res. We got a 0-cost Gatekeeper. We got a Companion. And we steal 2 points. We're on 9 credits. Skill diff. Oh, shit. That's good. I honestly am going to throw out Sure Gamble, so it's more likely we play Unsure. I've been saying that the AIs are making it into the major leagues. Oh man, I actually built different, yeah. I like HQ Pressure. He definitely has agendas in hand because of with DECKLISTS. So I think we're gonna keep the Unsure Gamble because it's fun. That being said, obviously it's the wrong choice. Throw out Flip Switch? No, we need Flip Switch. We don't want to hit drafters at bad points. Like Flip Switch is, you definitely need cards that make Awakened Dreamers not just nonsense. Like we can't just smash into Gatekeeper. Oh, we have Cat's Cradle. It's not that bad. Corporate Hospitality, come on. Hedge Fund? Oh, that's not great. So his Hedge Fund, he has to discard cards. Running Archives now is pretty sick. Let's see what happens. Stop it. DECKLISTS came down though. That's good. There's some reasons you would res here. If it's a drafter, you might want to consider resing. Pinhole. Fuck. Bravado. Going HQ. Where did our money go? MIC, that's a bad face check. Hedge Fund. MIC is really bad. Can you not? Okay. Could have been better. Could have been better. What's this button about iconic mode? Game of Droids. It turns on these icons. So everything has icons on it. Trash is Raccoon, which is my favorite. But yeah, if I click on this, you see Trash, Jack out, Raccoon, remove 1 tag. Okay, we need some cards. Running R&D here. It's a drafter. Do we flip switch this? Probably have to. But then we're just going to run into it again. I think we just have to let drafters fire. What did Unsure Gamble do, actually? Did we lose money on it? We paid 2 to gain 2. Imagine we had Sure Gamble there. Yeah, Unsure Gamble was actively bad. We haven't rolled higher than 5. I think we just let this fire. I think we need to keep our flip switch for hitting an MIC. This is obviously not good for us. We don't know what he discarded, but I don't think we can use our flip switch just to jack out here. Rolling HQ is good. We need more card draw on the deck for sure. I think we probably do play Earthrise Hotel for 0. Yeah, we probably do. So Hedge Fund's back, Ice on HQ. MIC does nothing? Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, but then they can trash it, so that's bad. Sure Gamble, okay. I would like to know what action this is. Yeah, they can trash MIC. It's another border control in the neck. This seems bad. Corporate Hospitality. I think we're losing a lot of tempo to this. Please. Okay, not good. That was quite bad. Drafter's very good. I wonder if playing 3 revolvers is correct. On the basis that drafter is so common and so bad. Hedge Fund advance. No seamless, discarding 2 cards. We have no chance of contesting the remote server, but that has never once stopped us. We will run HQ because that's the one server we can maybe use these credits on. We're looking for a Braun. We cannot click through Biroids. We cannot click through Biroids. Oh, that's so awful. I wish this was to gain 10 clicks and then spend them randomly. Okay, it turns out that there's some real bad interactions here. This could be interesting. Mavirus, DRM. DRM is cool. Wonder if there's an agenda he cares about more than others. Corroder's down. Okay, we have a revolver in hand. We're getting somewhere. We definitely need a twinning sooner than later. Let's see what he scores out. Sam. Okay, big ice. Show me an MIC on... This is an MIC right here. What's the Braun? Okay, it's like an MIC. Okay, hedge fund came back into hand. He's gonna have to discard some cards here. Corroder breaks Braun for 7. No big deal. I feel like not clicking through Biroids is a flavor win. They don't care to talk to AIs. You don't think you'd make a nice friend? Unsure gamble. We gained 1 credit. It was pay 2, gain 2. I think unsure gamble is programmed as roll a d6. There's no way we've unsure gambled twice. 3 times for near failure. Choose a server? Nice. We'll boomerang that. I've got a 9 off of it, never seen it. Not possible. Draw 2 is important. Install a card here so we can do masterwork. I'm just getting the revolver down for obvious reasons. Gatekeeper. Shuffle. Boomerang. We're targeting it again. I think we have to put boomerang on this Braun. The question is whether we put it on the HQ Braun or the remote Braun. Actually, it's just going to jam into the remote server. Next turn, you can do credit, hedge fund, install. So I'll put it here and hope for the best. Next one? Next one. Don't worry, the next one. You can't fail 4 in a row. It's impossible. Corporate hospitality. Okay, unknown card. Hedge fund. So didn't do board state. We definitely really want to draw a twinning. The mostly crim dreamer is seriously impressive. It's not bad. Steven, this is from it's from Unhinged as the April Fool's set, and it's sick. It gives you credit and then just takes 10 random actions, and so far we're undefeated on JNet. We're trying it against a standard deck. This is gonna be a hard fight, but it's been like really fun. It has 80 influence. Overclock. I think we go HQ here. He has an agenda in hand. We're going HQ. We're gonna steal an agenda here. We could actually win. I think he might have 5 points in hand. We just built an as deck that goes. Breach, Luminal, yeah. Okay, we're on game point. Did you overinstall the boomerang? You son of a bitch. Okay. Am I not meant to put the boomerang somewhere? What happened? Yo, Seymour, how's it going? Even unsure gambler I've known quits before hitting 10 credits. Wait, what just happened? Install boomerang? Boomerang's trashed. I missed the boomerang target. Install hardware so we can cycle this. We're not going to do it. We're just going to let this fire. We just want to run R&D once. Just run R&D once. How would Jaichino be in a Dreamer deck? Nearly impossible. It's so hard to consistently run 3. Okay, we're going to let this fire as well. This probably is a gatekeeper. Wow. Oh yeah, from archives, huh? So let me fix this. Oh, Masterwork's going to draw a card though. I'll do it. Actually, that's hard to fix. Oh, wait, maybe not. Disable. Card. Masterwork. Install. Click. Credit. Install on Braun. Is it, you just hit disable again, right? Is it re-enable? Enable. Got it. Okay, all good. So we probably can't charge a remote server. We'd like to. Enable card, thank you. So now we're trying to win off of a single off of R&D because he's playing 2 send a message. It happens so fast. It's genuinely frightening anytime things happen. It's like this immediately. Chesva Mayfly. We have a rig. Mavirus, spin doctors in the bin. Okay. Our turn is just over. We made 1 run. Trash a random card from your grip. Yeah, for sure. Not a good target. Have we seen a seamless launch yet? This is where like maybe, yeah, maybe having a Maker's Eye. We want to draw Docklands, what's it called? Jailbreak. Just a jailbreak server one. I'm not sure he was meant to res that. I'm pretty sure he's meant to advance. I don't think that's the play. Yeah, he just misclicked. I don't think you're meant to do that. We're not a Hermes. Masterwork. So we can install hardware. So we're going to install the prognostic using our Chesva credits to set up that part of the engine. We breach, it's fine. Would rather see Trickshot over Makers for the flexibility. I'd argue that it's inflexible. Insufficient MU, okay. Dirty Laundry. I'm worried that there's going to be an MIC here in R&D. Install hardware, no. 3 Chesvas, 6 credits of coffee. Only a limited amount of counters, but we're going to see 1 card here. Trank, though. Bummer. Ooh. With Anoetic, this is interesting. Considering it. So the problem is like Boomerang on Braun isn't amazing. I think we just need to force him to res ice, though. We have a flip switch. So yeah, so let's Boomerang this. Again, we think this is a Gatekeeper or MIC. He reses for 4 or 7. Obviously, when we get in with Anoetic, he has to spend cards. We have Q loop. Oh, yeah, we could have done an R&D. Unfortunately, we don't really want to do it here. But yeah, you're right. We could have Q looped. Did we see border controls in this deck? I think we saw in Izzy's deck. I'm not sure if there's border controls in this. There probably is. If it's really bad, we just jack out. That's for sure. Gatekeeper. So he paid 4 for that. It's 6 strength. So if we want to break it, it's 7. I think we flip switch on the Gatekeeper. Running here. Okay. So it's a Brawn. So with the Brawn, we'll prognostic. Spend this credit. We revealed there's a twinning on the top of our deck. So we're just going to let that fire. Again, the worst case scenario is that he scores out here and then pushes from hand if it's a 4-2. If that's the case, we should have maybe fired the Anoetic. I think we can actually like go low on credits because we're going to be running Centrals for free. So he drew a Trank, right? Yeah, that's the worst case because now if he jams, we lose next turn. So we might have had to force out, but there's no seamless, so it doesn't seem that bad. Tricky. It's going to be close. I think just having some targeted multi-axes would be good. This is hilarious. It's really funny. So that could be the Tranquility home grid. We just have to hope we roll R&D or draw into multi-axis. We'd have to very specifically draw and install the twinning. We did not. Look at the top 2. It's twinning into Jailbreak. Jailbreak is also really good. So now we're seeing a fresh card here. We don't really have to pay for prognostic because we know the top. Shoot. Come on. Give us an agenda. We're going to trash that because we can run back. We don't really need these credits. All right. Might be 1 turn too late. Mystic Miami, trash a random card from grip. No, we need that card. If we play that card, we target R&D. We see 3 cards. So if we don't lose here, we can win. I think that's the Tranquility home grid. Yeah, it's the Tranquility home grid. Never mind, it's not the Tranquility home grid anymore. Okay, he double advanced, which makes me think it's the last send a message, which that's kind of scary for us because it means we have to win off of stealing 2 pointers. Well, this is interesting. Okay, big choice here. So the big choice here is we can go R&D and we can see 3 cards, or we can go see all of HQ. That looks like the 5-3 here. So seeing all of HQ, we know one of the cards is not an agenda. I'd rather see 3 fresh cards from R&D. But it's very likely we lose the game unless we can run the remote server and have enough money, which is within the realm of possibility. If this is an MIC, we're really cooked. Prognostic looks at DJ Fenner's Dirty Laundry. I don't think Fenner's is going to matter. Shit. Yeah, this one beats us really bad. He paid 7 for it. So we only have to break 1 subroutine on this. But we don't have clicks to lose, which is obnoxious. Oh, that was only strength, right? Yeah. So that sucks. We can't lose clicks, so it doesn't matter, but he can trash it. If that's the case, we can still see 2 with twinning, but we're not going to get the jailbreak card draw, which sometimes the card draw is wrong because we don't have cards in hand. We can't do the play a card ability, which is not probably what we want here. Because it's DJ Fenris. So the best thing we can do is run R&D again. He should crack the MIC for sure. Yeah, end the run. No choice. Fuck. We drew DJ Fenris, we clicked for a credit, we played DJ Fenris. Thinking, so what can we possibly get here with DJ Fenris? We have all the options. Los, doesn't matter, our money's okay. Sable, too late because we don't get a mark. Quetzal, doesn't matter that much. We deal with one bronze subroutine, but that's not enough. Reyna could matter. It means that he can't res an MIC on the remote server if we run the remote server. Sable doesn't matter because it doesn't get a mark, right? So it doesn't actually do anything because we're going to lose next turn. Loot doesn't matter. Sebastian doesn't matter. Steve doesn't matter. I think we do Reyna and hopefully we run server 1 and then server 1 has an MIC on it, which will cost him 8 credits. I think that's the best. Yeah, Sable matters on if we go to the next turn. Reyna seems good. I think it's Reyna. And then we have to run the remote server. Oh my god, we ran the remote server. What's on the top of the deck? It's a dirty laundry. Reyna already fired this turn? Oh shit, you're right. At least if he reses it, it's really expensive. So now we have to push for it. Yeah, Reyna trigger pass. So we're going to pay 7. There's a chance that this is it. He obviously can Anoetic, and he still can, like, I don't think actually this run matters, yeah, because he has Anoetic in there. Pinhole would be good, because obviously there's only one target. We only have one pinhole in the deck. It's a border control. Okay, that's even worse. All right, it's a good game. We might have wanted to not break one subroutine in the border control so we can send it through the drafter last click. If we roll drafter, we could still win. Like here, we probably should have had a credit more and not used the break both border control because Axe's money doesn't really matter on this turn. And unfortunately, we're 1 credit short, so we're going to let this fire. Now, I don't think the fire is going to matter that much. Axu, in theory, could have put a defensive upgrade on R&D, but largely if he reses an Anoetic or a Managarm here, he can't score out. So I think it's an okay trade, but we definitely shouldn't have broken the border control credits, I don't think. Yeah, probably not. Hedge fund in hand, though. So we're going to see 2. Yeah. We should have kept 1 off the border control. That was not right. So if he reses a Managarm here, we're cooked, but he might not be able to score out. Think. He would have to do a seamless, right? Or let the Braun install one. Yeah, let the Braun install one was probably better. Because giving him not money makes this sort of run more interesting. But yeah, we overspent 1. That's on us. So the question is whether he lets us through. I think he lets us through. Like the worst case scenario is we're seeing 2 cards, and it's very hard for us to win on 2 cards if this is the 5-3. Now, if he reses the Managarm, he goes down to 1 credit, which means he could do advance credit seamless. It's not enough. I have no idea. Yeah, the question is how many more actions we have left. I couldn't tell you. This seems... Yeah, I wish there was a counter. The thing is, like, we can't pay for Managarm on clicks because we don't have clicks. Like, that's the downside of Awakened Dreamers. You lose all your clicks. Yeah, right? Nice. Card from deck. Rashida. We won't trash it. Card from deck. Trank. Bummer. It's a Managarm. Okay. Jesus. All right, we got close. We honestly got close. 1 3-pointer there off the top of R&D, but this is the last 3-pointer, so that's a problem for us. But we're very close. He's credit perfect to scoring this out. I don't think we've seen a seamless. That should not be that close. That's actually really, really cool. GG. That felt fun. That was fun. 106 credits spent. We spent 106 credits, gained 73, right? Not too bad. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't think there's a lot of cards in my deck. I think there's cards in our deck we could change. I think the T400s are not making any sense because we don't have enough card draw, so we can thin our deck down. I think Pinhole is obviously very important for this matchup. Maybe having a way to deal with border control and MIC is worth something, but that's like not great. 106 doing a load of useless stuff. We got good accesses. We actually got good targeted accesses. Like, I think there's a chance that we do actually want to play 2 Alarm Clock because it is just free value in Awakened Dreamer. That card seems really good. It's influence. But I'm not convinced the companions are that good compared to Chesva. It legit felt pretty scary, yeah. And actually, what's funny too, good game by the way, is that some part of it is scary because you can't tell what we're capable of because we can't tell what we're capable of. And the Prognostic Masterwork stuff is kind of sick. The Corroder does feel bad, If this was a Kurapira, we'd actually have probably bypassed a Brawn by now. But then we have to break all of Brawn, which we didn't want to do. Tricky. Tricky. Earthrise would make a big difference. Yeah, Earthrise is not bad. But there's also something to be said about having too many cards in hand that you end up like installing programs on top of programs, and that's not good. So I don't think it's super obvious what you should be doing, which is kind of neat. God, I like this way more than I thought I would. Like, I think there's a huge ceiling here. How long is this going to be legal on JNet? Echelon would be better in this board state. Yes, by now it would be. But like we have issues where we need to get down Revolver as soon as possible to face check into Drafter. And that's been kind of rough for us. DJ Fenders has been good. I didn't think it would be good. Also, Corporate Hospitality is hella ass in PD. Yeah, it's not good. I think people are realizing that this is not a good card unless you can do something on tempo with double install. So like a Taya or Asa group. In PD, it seems really, really, really bad. Felt like a brick compared to Boa, yeah. It's such a weird thing that this card seems like two of the most busted cards in Netrunner staple together, and then it kind of turns out to be not good. Are there any unhinged cards with hats? I honestly don't think so. There's not a lot of people. I don't even think it's good in Asa. I think as a one of, maybe. But even then, it might not be playable. I'm here to die on that hill. No, Jason, I hear you. I hear you. It's not a 3 of. It's arguably not even a 2 of. So the question is it a 1 of? And then is a 1 of, is it better than Restore? Maybe not. Any corpse you want to try? No. That's the weird thing, is like for the set, I don't actually think there's any corpse that I think are interesting. Tron, I can play one of the deck lists you shared with me, but I don't think looking at any of the corpse, like any of them are anywhere near as interesting as the runners. And that's mostly because they just seem like more toxic than fun, right? Like you have 3 credits, seems toxic. Personal evolution seems toxic. You have 3 cards, seems toxic. Yeah. You haven't lived until you longsort and install your whole deck. That's true. Like that's the thing, is like the runner cards seem so much more imaginative that I'd actually want to build entire things. Like we haven't played Chain Cantrip. We haven't played Quicksort. We haven't played Longsort. Like those sort of cards seem like they build interesting identities. All the corpse stuff seems like Newer Angelus Soul is funny, but it also seems toxic. NBNP certainly made me laugh. It is funny. Victory Missile is interesting to build around, and 3 cards is a challenge. Yeah, but I think the payoff to Victory Missile isn't very good. Like, I think you're right that this is one of the ones that actually makes you do something interesting. Intellectual property could just be a card in the game right now. But this one is at least funny. I don't think there's hats. That's hair, right? Yeah, I don't think there's any hats. Huh. Let me see. Alarm with Steg might be really good, actually. With Steg? No, it's bad with Steg because it de-reses itself. You actually want, when you're playing Stegodon, you want your cards to be rezzed. Desperado is pretty cool. Yeah, Desperado is pretty cool. Like the runner card seems so much more interesting to me. Like Desperado seems cool. Marry Many Consoles I don't think is good, but seems fun. I'd build around it. And obviously Awakened Dreamer is sick. Bass disapproves. Yeah, I know. The Bad Publicity Runner is neat. It's not, I think, my favorites, but it seems neat. Okay, let's see. Tron shared me a corp deck list. We'll try it just for the sake of the argument. Here's one Newer Angelus Soul victory deck, but it seems really bad. Okay, hold on. Oh, Alex shared one too. So that is the one Longsort deck. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna do a Longsort deck. ID is Alt Zahya. Okay, hold on. So this is from Arizon, from Alex. So we'll do deck builder. So I don't know what it's meant to do, but you're meant to Longsort and then just like install your whole deck with one. So we want to do, what's alternate Zahya underneath? Zahya. It just mandatory replaces it. Okay. So the cards we're playing, we'll do standard plus. Is you want to play Longsort. So sort your deck by player install cost. So we want to do cheaper on top, right? And then you do Chain Cantrip, reveal the top 2 cards you stack, play the first card if the card is not named Cantrip and does not cost more. Yeah. JNet always uses the most recent printing. Sorry, Tron. And then we just have a full breaker suite. So we can install our whole deck for 1 click if we draw it in the right order. We need to draw a Chain Cantrip. We need to draw the second Chain Cantrip, which we can do after we Longsort. Okay, seems easy. Because obviously playing 1 Longsort sorts your Chain Cantrips on top. Mining Accident is a legal card. It's from the Red Sand Cycle, Salwen. It's one of the 2 cards that can give corpse bad publicity on, I would say, a demand, as much as like you have 3 credits is demand. Yeah, this seems fine. Oh, that. Yo, Evilon. There's a new setup on JNet of like, I think 14 or 12 cards, maybe more than that are unhinged cards. And some of them are really cool. Some very, very cool cards. Hey, it's Sanjay. Shit. Is installing our whole deck something we want to do into this? I honestly don't think so. Okay. I might die fast. So this is an NBN deck where all the agendas do damage to you. NBN, mind you, has a lot of one-pointers. We can also just die to re-education combo. The problem is if we play Longsort and then we sort through a deck and install all of it, I'm going to do it even though it's probably one of the worst things we can do in the matchup because we basically install our whole deck and have no hit points. But it's going to look cool. This hand is fine. We do Longsort into draw, and then we just get the combo out. Falsified seems fine into PE. You know the whole tags and Jinteki archetype that's been showing out? You can save the 3+ costs? Alex, what do you mean? It's not even re-ed combo, it's just one card? Yeah, exactly. Just score out re-education. So how do we do this? Do we just do Longsort? Do you have enough money? How much money do you need to install your whole damn deck? You don't have to install everything? Yeah, but why wouldn't we? So lowest at the top. You do pay the cost of each card. You can stop once you get through the zeros and 1 cost. Okay. So now we'll draw a 0. We have chained cantrip. So they only have 1 more chained cantrip. So if we play this, install No Free Lunch, yes. Install Stone Ship, yes. Install No Free Lunch, yes. Install Stone Ship, yes. Install No Free Lunch, yes. Install Aeneas, yes. Play Longsort? Yeah. Play Longsort? Okay. Aeneas. Aeneas. Oh, we can't play Chain Cantrip, right? No! Wait, did it work? It's fine. You can play it. Why not? Because it says, if you do and the card is not named Cane Cantrip. Oh, because you go into the second one. Wait a second. The biggest undo click in the history of Netrunner. You're right. You can do it. It just starts another cantrip chain. I thought it would end it. Yes. So now we're on the second chain cantrip. Falsified, paying all costs. We're going to guess, I'm assuming agenda, but this might be a Rashida. It's a regolith mining license. Play Wake Implant. No. Do we have Pinhole? Why did I hit no? I realized I need to keep going. I realized I can't just stop. Like, you have to keep going. We have no programs at hand. This is fine. We call it agenda. It's not an agenda. Wake. Okay. Mayfly. Fine. Falsified. Yes. This one we call acid. Technically, Sanjay should res here. I want to find a Pinhole. Install Boomerang. Yeah. Play Unsure Gamble 100%. We gained 6. It's okay. Play Dirty Laundry. We have 16 cards left. We should probably stop. Oh, Zahya. Forgot. Gain an egg. I'm good. I'm just going to run this. Okay. Yeah, we're still resolving 1 card. Yeah, that was good. It's a ping. It's fine. We have no free lunch. We just shuffled our deck. Don't worry about it. He could res there while we were doing laundry? Yes. Oh, there's no res window. You're right. Shuffle Boomerang. We'll just remove a tag. Don't die to end a line. How much damage does the missile do? Because I think he's going to missile us. I think the missile makes sense in this NBN persona more than anything else. Yeah, it was a pretty good turn 1. Ashen Epilogue, do it again. This deck should have Ashen Epilogue. Oh my god, you could cycle infinitely with Ashen Epilogue. Well, random, and then it restarts your deck. Laundry is the first window, yeah. As soon as we make a run, that's the first time that Sanjay can res things. I totally forgot about that. We lost the Hermes to damage. That's probably the worst hit. With Stone Chips, I think we can just face check. I don't think we need a Bravado. He has agendas in hand. I don't think Sanjay's a re-education gamer. Aeneas is good. It's another ping. Okay. I don't think we break the ping. We'll just run the Spin Doctor. If Sanjay doesn't pop it, we gain 3 credits. That's something. This is why Ashen RFGs. Oh, yeah, you can't go infinite, but like in theory, you could Ashen, get a new deck, and then try to go back through it again and again and again. So you need to crack this, because if we don't trash it, we gain 3 credits. I should put these to auto-resolve. Gain 1 egg. We'll just draw here, remove a tag. Just decide it with new haircut things. Yeah, the Aeneas Informant's coming down is kind of nice. It makes assets unplayable. Like, we have a click for 3 button. What are our breakers? We shuffled our deck, so the order is entirely random what we're getting. Yeah, he iced it up. He has to. I don't know what our breakers are. Could you stone ship to skip the other 2 laundries and keep going? Yes, during the laundry window, we could have stone shipped to break it, which would have been sick. Okay. I want to know more about the deck. I think we want to falsify this, and if it's an agenda, we want to run it. It's a tomorrow's headline, so we should just run it. We have the Mayfly. I'm not going to bravado because I want to keep cards in hand. Maybe with Stone Chip, we don't need to do that. But tomorrow's headline seems like a good agenda. Kurapir, Echelon, Unity. Are they only one-ofs? Headline will take a net damage. And a tag. We lost a Mayfly and we lost Bravado. Okay. So we'll draw once. We'll remove a tag. We can keep the no free lunch for like a turn where it really matters. Where like he does something mean on our turn, on his turn. One-ofs and Boomerang plus Mayfly. Okay. And yeah, the turtle we have. Yeah, very good. Oh, advance. Okay. So this could be a checkist. That's another good reason to keep no free lunch. I think we're just going to draw once. I think we can let him score at 1. We don't want to lose the Unity at Amaku, so I think on this turn we'll probably just install things. Our deck is not sorted. No, it's not. So Amaku will come down, Unity will come down. We could lose a Chesva. It'll be fine. Is there a bunker card that deals damage other than the NBNPE? I don't think so. What do you mean bunker, though? So he's not scoring out here. It could be Orbital Superiority. That on some board states does like 5 damage. That could be rude. He has a lot of cards here, so we could check Archives, but I don't want to take a bunch of damage, so we're going to run the Spin Doctor. He's probably going to shuffle here because giving us 3 in an Amaku counter seems unsustainable. I think getting Chesva down is probably worth it because it is a lot of economy on a single card, and I don't think we have to run this turn. We're just going to keep our hand size up. Uh-oh, Echelon. Oh, Bonkers. I don't think so. I don't think there's any damage cards in the set besides the missile. I think we can let the... Do you think we die to re-education here? We can always Stone Ship before he scores out and have more cards in hand. That's a way to beat Stone Ship. If he does like quad advance and says action, then we can draw. This is suspect. I don't know what that is. I don't want to touch that. Yeah, I think Victory Missile is the only one. Our money's not very good. Hoping it's a Spin Doctor. Snare, okay. Pay 0 to trash. No. We lost our Echelon. Probably shouldn't have ran that. That was too obviously something we shouldn't have ran. Draw. Draw. Remove tag? Amaku now breaks ping. What's up, champions? What snare are we playing today? Yo, Nutshell, how's it going? I had a really fun. We played Marvel Champions, mind you, last night for April Fools. I like that game a lot. We did learn to play as well. We're playing the Zahya, new haircut. NGO front, sick. So we have to play around snare. Of course we do. We only have 9 cards left in the stack. Like we actually do die to damage. Just want to lock with Wake? Yeah, I think so. I think we just run HQ for free. See the top of the deck. We just lock the game. Snare will kill us eventually. Generally against these starter trap decks, you want to hit centrals. Oppo, okay. No. This could be risky. Yeah, I missed yesterday's stream, but when I saw Champions, I went and watched most of the VOD. Yo, you playing Champions? I think Champions is great. There's a Victory Missile, so this does 3 damage. You have to get a lot of cards in hand for that. We've seen one. This is tag on a fly in the wall. Okay. Doesn't give us a tag. We take a net damage, gain 2 credits, draw. I think we'll just draw for safety, but we're only down to 7 hit points. It's so great. Yeah, it's really fun. I don't know if you picked up Age of Apocalypse. It's not in Canada, as you probably have heard. All right, you think he's on Bologna? I don't know if he's on Bologna. I haven't played in ages since the game seriously got me through 2020-21. Oh, hey. The designs have gotten a lot more interesting since those times. Not that those designs were like particularly bad, but like the designers really understand what they're doing now. And so a lot of the maybe overwrought is a word you could use, but there's some very, very nuanced designs now. It's not just like Hulk smash. I'm glad that game was important to you. All right, Sanjay has to figure it out. Again, we're down to only 11 hit points. We can definitely lose this. I playtested the X-Force cycle. Oh, hell yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Victory Missile would make sense with all the tag wording so far. Yeah, just about every card we've seen has tag on it, right? Planogram has tag on it. Oppo has tag on it. Ping has tag on it. Most of the ice does, right? I don't know what Sanjay's doing. I'm gonna call him on it. We probably shouldn't. You should be more careful. Yeah, okay. Okay. For what it's worth. Wait, gain it and reveal? Oh, it's a Neas. Yeah, this should be on auto resolve. That gave us the tools to be able to disassemble this. Expose a card. It's an orbital superiority. So we have 4 Amakua counters. That means we beat a couple things. I think there's a chance there's a Saryevna here on Smiling. That would be a problem. It's a Seraph. Yes. Yes, it's a Seraph. Doesn't end the run, though. Does not end the run. Oops. Could add one Ramaku counter. I forgot. I have not seen this card hit a table yet. This seems like a good way to use it. Do we need Infiltration more than any other card in our deck? No. This is why we keep these cards around. The panic buttons were on game point. Seraph Hype. We're gonna probably Stone Chip. We have 2 cards in hand and another Stone Chip. I think we'll probably no free lunch. There's a clickless 2 credits here. I think we can win with only one of these. And then I think we just draw. All right, Kurapira Caldera. Caldera seems mean for this matchup specifically if we just sit back and do nothing. Or it will be eventually become an infiltration, like all cards do eventually become infiltrations. Funny enough, we just want infiltrations. I do not know if this card is mandatory or must. That is such a funny design. You should really know better. Replace every card. It's mandatory. Okay, so Snare is an issue. We're on 7 cards left. So we're going to start by running HQ. There's a big chance, running Archives at some point is going to matter, that we're going to win by just running R&D here. Missile? No. So how bad is Snare here? It'll leave us with no cards in hand. Oh, Sanjay can't fire Snare. It's not a problem. Unsmiling, there she is. Okay. Oppo, okay. So we just want to keep 3 cards in hand. Yeah, drawing there seemed important. We'll get 2 credits. So we don't know what server 3 is. Oh, no, we do, right? It's Snare into other thing. So we're just going to draw up. I'm not playing it. We're in a damage matchup. We cannot play it. We cannot play it. Sanjay has some issues here financially. And if we ever, like, I think trading our hand strictly into damage, into infiltration is actually pretty good. Clearly I've missed some developments on JNet. Yo, Jamie, we played, what's it called? The Last ID just does 10 actions for you, random basic actions. And it was really fun. It was really, really cool. You can run the Snare for 3 cards and a turtle counter. Oh yeah, we could have there. Instead of clicking for credits, we should have ran it. Yeah, you're totally right. That being said, we can still do it on R&D. We know this is probably a Saryevna. I don't think we mind Saryevna. We can break 1 subroutine. I think Sanjay drawing 2 here is totally fine. We won't take the damage. We'll take the tag. But I think we want to run HQ first anyways. So this deck did a cool thing, but that is just every other deck in the like this in the format. So we want Sanjay to spend 5 credits rising Saryevna. If Sanjay pays us, we're happy to. No res. Okay. We can see 2 here. I think we knew one of these, right? So this is not great. Oppo into VSA. Oh, VSA is no, we have Unity. It's fine. I think we just do credit. I don't think we have to install the Caldera. We could run Archives. There's a chance we win running Archives. What's the chance we lose running Archives? He might be on the 1 pointer that gives us a tag. I'll check. I think he threw us some agendas. Oh, he's on re-education. Yeah, there you go. GG. GG. Thank you. That big new card got me good. Yeah. How easy is the combo kill? Yeah, Seraph will get us. Yeah, okay, we just set up fast and consistently. Behold, Retribution, what you'd expect. His hand is like all tag cards, I think. And then from there, he has to score 1 thing on the table and then just do 3 damage to us. That'll usually do it. Not so, yeah, yeah. And NFL, like, as soon as possible. Total nightmare. I had a Caldera in hand. They might have Mavirus. Yeah, they might have Mavirus. But we saw all his cards on table. But we have to respect Mavirus to some extent. Oh, like if we run archives and see Mavirus, yeah, that's not good for us. That's true. That's actually really bad for us because we get locked out of ping. That's interesting. There was one turn where I could have double victory, but then it doesn't do much versus Stone Chip. Double? Oh crap, yeah, you can double victory missile. You just need to fire like a Rashida or a planogram, and then you can do 3 damage into 3 damage. It requires you having what? Because in theory, you can reveal a victory missile to the second victory missile. Oh, but then it trashes it. Yeah, I see. Yeah, because it technically has the word tag on it, but then you have to trash it. So if you start with 6 on mandatory draw, 7, 8, 9, you can do victory missile, which is 4, and then victory missile is in 4. Yeah, on 8 cards you can double victory missile, which Stone Chip beats that. Yeah, that seems somewhat doable. I wonder if this is the sort of deck that wants maybe it's hard to do it, but like cohort. I think cohort's really good. Just to like draw through your deck quickly. But I think you want burst draw. I think you want planogram. You definitely want Rashida. Federal fundraising is an extra card draw. Like that seems fine. I think you can set it up. You just have to set it up once. Yeah. Well, that was cool. Cool format. Really cool format. The like random ID is like kind of sick. I wonder if people are gonna make a tournament with that. I wonder how long these are gonna be on JNet. For those who don't know, one of the last April Fools JNet did was on JNet for like 7 months. They did not take it down until like September, or I felt like it was there forever, and people got pretty annoyed at it. I value that they went out of their way to do something goofy with the hats and the corn cobs and stuff like that. It was like 2 years ago. This one seemed like to be a lot of work, and it's really cool. Hey, thanks, you too. So that's kind of sick. Shout out to, I believe, NB Kelly. Again, let me know who else worked on this, because there must have been some amount of testing and art done. Like, that's a lot of work. Little encoding. That's really cool. For us, that's going to be the end of the stream, mind you. It is about 4 o'clock. I have a lesson later tonight. I have to catch up and schedule lessons for this month. That is something I'm very behind on. Apologies if you haven't had a scheduled thing yet. I'm in a bad spot for that. But welcome to April. Looks like there's a lot of organized play going on this week. Mind you, we didn't even go through the news because we were having so much fun. We forgot. There's an update to comprehensive rules. Not much fundamentally changed in terms of like, you have to understand how this interaction works, unless I missed something. I read through it relatively quickly. I thought we'd read through it on the stream. There's an accelerated beta test this weekend at the 6th. It starts at a bad time zone for me, but for many, obviously it's good. 9 a.m. UTC. What is that? It's like 5 in the morning. 5 in the morning. So that's not great. Very excited to be rolling out the web rules though. Oh yeah, that's the best thing about this, I think, is you can go to now to rules.nullsignal.games, and it opens a web page that has the rules. That this is like a much easier thing to open up on your phone because it's not a PDF. This is hecka cool. This is super cool. I forgot about this. Yeah, this is probably the most important thing. The change to the rules documents, like the added rules, not that important. This is super important. It's been up for a while, but it's official now. That's awesome. So if you ever want rules, rules.nullsignal.games is an easy URL to get. I know the amount of times I've opened the NSG website, I've gone to like complaints about a minor inconvenience. I go to this, then I go to players, then I go to rules, and then I go to comprehensive rules, right? It's nicer that you can find it quickly. It still isn't linked to from the rules page. Oh, oops, matter of time. Yeah, A&T on the 6th, people should join up. I know Axu's doing some commentary for that. I'm imagining it'll be on the Null Signal Netrunner channel, and I think that's mostly it. Again, I thought it was made by the playtesters. NB Kelly implemented on JTest. Oh, I didn't know that, Seb. That's really cool. So playtesters made those cards. I wonder if it shows you like some design insights into the future. I think it does. There's some like really cool mechanics that you could see explored in the future of Netrunner. Besides having 3 credits forever, which is like, it's its own problem. Anyways, I think that's it. I want to say a huge thank you. Mind you, we were out last Thursday. We did stream last night. If you want to learn to play some Marvel Champions, that's what tomorrow is. Huge thank you again to Patreon. It's the reason we can do streams like this. We'll be back on Thursday. I think Pat will be around as well, which is always great. But if you want to support the Metropole Grid on Patreon, you can find a link in the description. We have 3 tiers. Mind you, these are just 2 of the tiers. Huge shout out to our daily cast patrons. I absolutely appreciate the support. It allows us to do this sort of thing, which has been a lot of fun.
Video content will be coming up. We have 2 tier lists. One should be on Jeff's channel, hopefully this week, and then mine will follow a couple days after that. There will be all the cards from RWR. It's about 7 hours of video content, so enjoy that. And we'll be, again, back on Thursday. I think that's the next thing I have to edit up. Maybe there'll be some tournament video soon from NPC. We'll see how that goes. That takes some while. I love MB Kelly's first commit message. I think it all works. You have 3 credits has been a meme in playtest for ages. For real. I didn't know that. Not this time just TOing. Oh, I didn't know you're TOing, Axu. Yo, that's sick that you're TOing. That's a really nice way to help give back to the community. Not that you don't. Cool. I think that's it. We'll be back on Thursday night. Enjoy your Unhinged set and go play some Marvel Champions. Go get the new set. When is it in Canada? I don't know. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Hopefully you have a good time. If you're watching the VOD, take care. If you want to take a second to like the video on YouTube, that really helps. That's mostly it. Thanks for streaming. My pleasure. See you next time. Trying to see you next time as well.